40% of the global maritime workforce. There are about 150 maritime training institutions in the country, and more than 3,000 maritime faculties engaged with these institutions to train and groom the students to make a seafaring career. The faculties who are seafarers do not have formal teaching background and need guidance and mentor to groom them. A professional body was needed to share and enhance the skills of the teachers. The Maritime Trainers Guild was the first and the only professional body in the country, which is a congregation of maritime professionals focused on training and development issues related to seafarers. With an active president at the helm, and the group consisting of founder members and mentors, play an active role in addressing various training-related issues. Trainers Guild has conducted various seminars, workshops, meetings, to brainstorm and bring innovative and programmatic solutions to enhance the maritime training. MTGs webinar conducted to address the challenges and opportunities of online training during the COVID lockdown, which had more than 1,000 participants, is a witness to the popularity and reputation of the organization.
Nice to join all of you this morning on web seminar. COVID-19 has covered everyone. That is to be connected using technology like it's possible. And if you think of it, it saves of your time and energy and asset. You have to have this seminar with physical attendance.
The unprecedented COVID lockdown required an urgent transition from the traditional methods towards e-learning. The OPT team of MTG worked relentlessly to deliver the basic 2-day workshop, Train the E-Trainer, which had an overwhelming response from the maritime faculties not only from India, but also had international participants. The overwhelming response and feedback from the participants inspired the team to conduct a 2-day advanced E-Trainer workshop. A select group of participants who expressed their interest were trained hands-on to reinforce confidence and enhance their skill on delivering effective online lectures.
Namaste Gurujans and my dear friends. We are glad that our Train the E-Trainer program was very well received by the training fraternity of maritime industry. Maritime Trainers Guild has played a pivotal role in upgrading the trainers so that they can meet the challenge of converting from conventional classroom to digital virtual classroom training. Well, in a very short span of time, training all over the world has witnessed a metamorphosis. And this new norm of virtual classroom and live video sessions are here to stay. My friends, evolution in training has started, and MTG is well prepared to shine like a guiding beacon to all the maritime trainers. We are here to share knowledge. Thank you.
Hello, check one. Hello. Check one.
Shivangi, just testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Namaste, Gurujans and my dear friends. What a pleasant Sunday morning, and I'm very glad to welcome all of you. Before I start with the proceeding, let us remember our mentor, our Gurujan, Captain Subramaniam. And I request to pay homage to that great soul, we observe 30 seconds of silence. Ankit, can we have him on the screen, please? Thank you, Ankit. You can stop share screen. Well, to pay your homage personally, press the reaction button and do a thumbs up. I'm sure this great soul must be looking upon us from heaven and showering his blessings. A true educator, an excellent mentor for the Maritime Trainers Guild. Okay, we begin the day's proceeding. Let me share my screen. Shivangi, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
This is our icon, and if you see below it, it is written Tamso Ma Jyotirgame. A small prayer asking God to lead us from darkness into brightness of knowledge. Basically, this will be the agenda today. Once I do the overview of the module, then keynote speaker Dr. Saxena will speak. There will be some guest speakers from MMD. Captain Azad has already joined. Is Captain Azad there, Ankit? And then we have
Not yet, sir. Can't see him.
Not yet? Okay. Netiquettes for effective learning, useful apps and tools for e-learners, and then the content writing and presentation on a digital platform. So we are covering these three topics which are relevant to the students, to the learner. And why we are doing this? For this simple reason, besides so many others. This is excerpts from DGS Training Circular 19 of 2020. Last month, on 6th and 7th June, we had covered 11.1, followed with the advanced course on 13th and 14th June, and we called it TET, Train the E-Trainer. Today, we are covering 11.2, which says a familiarization session should be held with all the students on course Netiquettes in Decorum. MTIs will maintain a digital record of this familiarization program. So this is what we are going to do for the students today who have registered through the Google form, and they will be certified after this training session. I don't know, can you see these lines coming on my screen? Is it visible to you?
Can't see your screen, we can see you. So
Yes, I think we require to stop the annotation of everybody else.
Yeah, because this annotation somebody is, but how can they do it on the screen? Is it possible?
Yeah, they can annotate.
Okay. So, well, we are guided by section A16 training and assessment and B16 guidance regarding training and assessment as per IMO S6W 2010. Ten participants have raised their hand. They have to say something. Okay. I thought I'll touch upon terminologies which have come up besides IQ and EQ, that is SQ and AQ. IQ, we all know, is intelligence quotient. EQ is the emotional quotient. Now, the new terminology which has come up is a social quotient and an adversity quotient. Just briefly touching upon what it is. IQ, as we are all aware, is the measure of our comprehension ability. For example, solving math problem, memorizing things, and recalling subject matters. And EQ, this is measured of our ability to maintain peace with others, keep to time, be responsible, be honest, respect boundaries, be humble, genuine, and considerate. Now, SQ is the social quotient. This is the measure of your ability to build a network of friends and maintain it over a long period of time. It is said that people who have higher EQ and SQ tend to go farther in life than those with high IQ, but low EQ and SQ. Most schools are capitalizing in improving IQ levels, while EQ and SQ are played down. A man of high IQ can end up being employed by a man of high EQ and SQ, even though he has an average IQ. So in short, your EQ represents your character, your SQ represents your charisma, EQ and SQ makes one manage better than the other. Now there is the fourth one, and that is nothing but resilience. Adversity quotient, the measure of your ability to go through a rough patch in life and come out without losing your mind. In short, it is resilience. And AQ determines who will give up in face of troubles, and many abandon their families and may abandon their families. Well, this is from a previous slide where we used to discuss pros and cons of e-learning, but I will skip that because now e-learning is the way which we have to follow for all our future things, and it is here to stay. So we do not have choice but to do e-learning. Can we trace that who is doing these annotations? Can we stop these annotations, please?
400, sir, we have checked.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we have to stop the annotation of others.
But this cannot go from my screen, or should I log in again?
No, the same person has to delete it.
Yeah, I think
this is one more thing which we have learned today. As I said, it is again coming in. Also, in the classroom there is some kind of mischief and mischievous students, and here in e-class also this is there. Okay, good. Something to learn. Okay, basically, now what I'll be talking about, what is a traditional learning, what is synchronous and asynchronous learning, difference between SIS and LMS, and digital practices in online instruction in use of various tools, formative, summative assessment tools, and how to succeed as an online learner. So requirement of blended learning, of course, online teaching tools, platforms for learning and interacting, like we are doing on Zoom today, tech support, network and machines. I'm using my laptop, online formative, summative and assessment tools, which I'll be throwing some light in later slides. And last but not the least, teachers' willingness and enthusiasm. Okay. Asynchronous learning is basically when you are reading from library or discussion board or social networking or through emails. That means you are reading. Instructors provide material, lectures, tests and assignments that can be accessed at any time. And students may be given a time frame, usually 1 week window, during which they need to connect at least once or twice. Whereas synchronous is online, what we are doing today, through video conferencing, podcast or telephone.
Prabhat, I would like to interrupt you out here. I think we should stop this. You can stop sharing the screen. I think you, who's hosting can stop the annotation of others, or Ankit will have to stop
Yes,
the
sir.
annotation.
Sir, you will have to stop sharing, then we'll tell you when to share again.
Yeah,
Okay, stop share.
because this can get pretty ugly otherwise.
Okay, I've stopped share. Is Dr. Malini Shankar in?
Prabhat, please check whether you are going to
Okay.
stop the annotation or Ankit will stop the annotations of others.
I think Ankit, he's the admin.
Yeah, but who's sharing the screen, I think, can also stop.
No,
Just check
I have stopped sharing screen.
Your co-host, you can still do it.
Somebody is saying I cannot hear audio. Well, if you press your audio button, which is on the left hand bottom, or okay, he can't hear, so I can't give instructions on audio. Basically, there is a machine and computer audio, so you have to switch on your computer audio.
Sir, when you will, sir, you can share your screen now.
Okay.
When you share your screen on the top right, you have to go to more options and then stop participant annotation.
Okay.
Prabhat, go to view option on
Yes,
top.
I've done. I've done.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, now I do not get the annotation facility.
Yes,
Good.
because over here, if you can see my mouse, I go on more, and then there is stop or disable participants annotation.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, so that was synchronous and asynchronous learning. Very simple. Asynchronous is like reading a book, reading an email. Synchronous is what we are doing right now, face to face. Then student information system and learning management system. These are two different things. Student information system focuses on record keeping, that is student info, attendance, grades, etc. Primarily used by school administration, but can extend to students, teachers, and parents. So various systems which we will use for e-learning or virtual classroom for the students are SIS, Student Information System. And LMS focuses on delivery of content to students like homework, assignment, test, quiz, etc. Primarily used by teachers and students, but can extend to parents and school administration. So it's a broader version. And some examples are Schoology, Canvas, Talent LMS, and in SIS platform, My School One, Quick Schools, Power Schools. These are some of the various platforms now. The new one which has come is GeoMeet. So we are using Zoom now. We also use Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Skype, WebEx. Okay, before I go on the 4 C's of Tech Teach, let me see if I can play this small video. Can you see the video?
No, not yet.
Can you see the video?
Not yet.
Shivangi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I cannot see the video.
Was I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, Hello, I could hear you, but we cannot see the video.
Wait a minute. I can't hear.
Share again. Click the video, let the video be on, and then share again.
And share with the audio, please.
Can you people see the video?
Negative.
Negative. Okay. I'll stop share. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Is audio also available?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Make it full screen.
Great.
Make it full screen.
Prabhat, make it full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, down here, down here, down here.
Square, yes.
The 21st century is the current century of the Anno Domini era or Common Era, in accordance with the Gregorian calendar. It began on January 1, 2001 and will end on December 31, 2100. It is expected that changes might occur, but right now, we focused on the 21st century skills. So what are these? First, critical thinking, communication, innovation, collaboration, leadership, productivity and accountability, entrepreneurship, adaptability, global citizenship, and last, assessing, analyzing, and leadership and entrepreneurship. Communication. Nowadays, teenagers and even the adults usually communicate by the use of technology, Facebook, Messenger, no matter when and where you are, if you have just entered. Critical thinking. Today, data is literally at our fingertips. Gone is the educational form on memorization. Today's teens need to be able to access and process this data. To think critically, they must be able to conceptualize, apply, analyze, synthesize, and evaluate informations. Third is the leadership. Leadership is intended to respond to the unique challenges and opportunities of today's world. And the last, but not the least, is entrepreneurship. If you have business, the best way to disseminate information about it is to advertise. With the use of social media, yes, social media. 21st century, online business is the new trend. One click, shipping, delivery, you now have your desired products. You just need, especially, internet connections. 21st century is now all around the corner. Skills related, everything had changed. And the people of today's society are changing every day. And therefore, so is the world. 21st century.
Okay, that was a peep in. Just a moment, let me stop this.
Phrase 21st century skills later, then it takes time to really explain what.
Okay, can you see my screen again?
Not yet, sir.
One moment. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what the video was talking about. Basically the 4 C's of Tech Teach. That is collaboration, creativity, curation, and community. The arrows are other way around. And quickly, in next 2 to 3 minutes, I'll tell you, or rather, just introduce you what is collaboration, creativity, curation, and community. Collaborative tech tools are like mind mapping tools, and these are some of the names of mind mapping tools. Then we have creative tech tools, and these are some of the creative tech tools. Flipgrid, Storybird for writers, Writers Cafe. This will be our topic, one of the topics of today, when Dr. Suren will tell you about creative writing. And the curative is basically curation. Is lot of abundance of data is available on the internet, and how to filter them out and use the useful one. So some of the tech tools for curative is your Google Classroom. Then there are various presentation tools which also will be dealt in the later part of this webinar. Learn with animations and comic strips. Some of the sites I've quoted here. ABC by A, Animate, Animation, Culture Street, Video, My Simple Shows, Pixton. Online collage makers. These are some of the names. Then we have online audio recorders and editors and online image editors. Some popular ones I have quoted over here. In audio like Sherbit, Clive voice recording, online voice recorder, Soundation Studio, Soundtrap, and for image or video editors, Be Funky, image editor, Photoflexer, Pixelar, Piki, PicMonkey, Polar. Some tech tools for assessments. One or two of them will be used today. Socrative, Kahoot, quizzes. And now about the community, creating a global community of learners. These are some tidbits, notes I have put over here. In this, together, put yourself in their shoes, provide examples, commit to continuous improvement, be yourself, explain your expectations, add visual appeal, organize course content intuitively, scaffold learning activities. Further, I'll explain it over here, which out of when I learned all this, I made this my own formula. It is called PILE, P-I-L-E. The quality of e-learning course can be enhanced by personalization, that is self-paced courses, should be customizable to reflect the learner's interest and needs. In instructor-led courses, tutors and facilitators should be able to follow the learner's progress and performance individually. I stands for interactivity. Frequent learner interaction is needed to sustain attention and promote learning. L stands for learner-centered content. E-learning curricula should be relevant and specific to learners' needs, roles, and responsibilities in professional life. Skills, knowledge, and information should be provided to this end. And the last one, E, is engaging content. Instructional methods and techniques should be used creatively to develop an engaging and motivating learning experience. So on this file, I will take a poll. And Ankit, request to put the question of the poll. Should I stop sharing for the poll?
No, sir. I think I can launch the poll with your screen share also.
Okay, launch the poll. Okay, your time starts now. Do you know what is MTG? So all of you have to figure out how to do polling and do the polls. I see 63% have polled. Okay, we can stop the poll now. Well, okay, so it is nearly 60% know what is MTG, for balance 40%. Let me tell you, MTG stands for Maritime Trainers Guild, and our motto is very simple. We say there is but one wealth which grows by sharing, and that is knowledge. So that is the prime motto of MTG, to share knowledge. Can we have the next question for the poll, please?
Sure.
All of you who are here in TEL program, do you know what is a TEL program? Okay, Ankit, you can stop. Well, there is a small observation over here from my side, and I am sure other Gurujans must also be observing that if you don't know what you are attending, then it is this is okay. Train the e-learner program, TEL program. And I see 42% are not aware of what they are attending. So be there and be aware of what we are going to tell you. And you can stop the polling, please, before yes, I'm back on my screen.
Prabhat, I think this is one of the reasons why people should be also made aware that they're required to have train the e-learners for them to attend, because it's a DG requirement.
Yes, this I told in the very beginning, 11.2, that's a DG requirement. Anyway, this is, I will say, this is part of the annotation which happened in the beginning. And let's take it that way. Okay, let us remove some myths regarding e-learning. First one being, the more information I provide, the more my students will know what to do. Not so. Don't overload with information. The more content I provide, the more my students will learn. Again, it's a myth. All discussion forums have the same learning potential. I leave it to the good judgment of the audience. Students don't want to see, hear recording of me. Students do listen to the recordings later when they are preparing for the exam. So they want to rebrush what has been taught. Students are all tech whizzes. Well, I don't know whether it's a myth or it's true. I saw an example today. Some tech whiz was putting beautiful graffiti on the screen. In my if my course is pretty, then it is user friendly. Okay, some diagrams, some figures are good to catch attention, but don't just fill it with those kind of things. And in the last lecture of today, the presentations, they will tell you more about it. Successful face-to-face activities will be successful online activities. Again, I leave it to the good judgment of the audience. And with this, I end my session. Thank you so much. Don't go away. I am just going to show you another screen where I'll introduce today's speakers. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. As I had shown the agenda before, this is today's agenda. That's me, yours truly. People ask me, is MTG my profession? MTG is not my profession, it is my passion. This is my profession. We have Dr. Surendra. Dr. Surendra, can you tell us what you are going to do today? Dr. Surendra is the Vice President of MTG, commonly known as DP Guru, sailed as E2 Electrical Officer, Chartered Engineer, Chartered Marine Technologist, former Principal of BB Global Maritime, former MD of Aquamarine, internationally experienced recognized maritime trainer, accredited management teacher. Dr. Surendra, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be amongst you and to share some of the information which probably you might convert into knowledge.
Can you tell what you are going to do today?
Yeah, I'm going to give you some information about the digital presentation and followed by content writing, which is important because all of us as a student, at some point or other, we get involved with the writing of assignments. And if you know about content writing, then I think probably we can impress our teacher and also gain better information and convert into knowledge by doing that activity. These are the two aspects I'm going to speak for about 25 to 30 minutes towards the end of the session. Thank you, everyone.
Captain Sandeep Shivangi, who is the Secretary of Maritime Trainers Guild, Head of Training MTM, Extra Master, 22 years as full-time faculty, 11 years in LBS College, teaching up to Extra Master level, next 11 years in 2 reputed ship management companies, introduced e-learning and LMS, a tech-savvy maritime trainer. Captain Shivangi, what are you going to do today?
Hi, good morning, everybody. I will not be taking too much of your time. I'll be coming only in the end for maybe 4 to 5 minutes and summarizing it and some maybe a word of thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Captain Kumar Aldorai, CEO of Sea Skills Maritime Academy, founder member of MTG. Has trained more than 25,000 seafarers, external examiner with DG Shipping, actively participates in moderation of question papers, ambassador to the Sailor Society involved in social welfare of the seafarers. Captain Kumar.
Good morning, everyone. And today I will be giving a presentation on etiquettes for effective learning, in which I will be covering how to learn effectively and how to create a good study atmosphere and how you need to take care of your health, and then what are the etiquettes you need to follow when online, and a little bit topic on cyber security. Thank you.
Captain Virat Chichkar, Principal of Fleet Maritime Training Institute, founder member of MTG, joined maritime training after 20 years at sea, Principal of Fleet Management Training Institute, an experienced maritime trainer, certified faculty for multiple exist models, a strong advocate of blended training, occasional corporate event photographer. Virat, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sparing your time on a Sunday. It's precious time for everybody with family. So thanks once again. I hope to take just about 40 minutes talking about a few apps, a few softwares, and a few hardware and software tools which are available, which could help making the e-learner's life a lot simpler and more effective. So thank you so much. I hope to see you at the session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've saved the best for the last. Dr. Brijen K. Saxena, advisor of Kolani Maritime Institute. Well, actually, he needs no introduction. He's a giant personality as far as maritime education and training is concerned. He spent 5 decades in shipping, almost half in maritime education and training. Retired founder principal, Kolani Maritime Institute, PhD thesis in application of total quality management in maritime education, post-graduation from the World Maritime University, Sweden, including short teaching assignments there, past president, Institute of Marine Engineers, India, member, fellow of many societies, including ICS, ASQ, Narottam Morarji Institute of Shipping, etc. Dr. Saxena, please.
Good morning, everybody. And
Dr. Saxena, you will continue as a keynote speaker also. Can we unmute Dr. Saxena, please?
Yeah, I'm unmuted. I hope you can hear me. Yeah?
Can hear you.
Give an indication, please. Yeah, I
can hear you. Can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, morning, everybody, and extend greetings to each one of you. Thank you, Captain Nigam, for introducing me. I see lots of familiar names, friends and known people. So a special hello to them. I mean, it's a good opportunity to at least see their faces, and at least I can talk. They may not be able to talk, but I can talk. Okay. I start by paying homage to the seafarers. Okay. Because you all and majority of you are active seafarers. You are doing a wonderful job. Okay. A job which unfortunately does not get the required recognition from the public at large, whether, especially in our country. Okay. But you're doing a wonderful job. All kinds of pressures, being away from your families, recession, and now this additional situation of COVID. So my compliment to each one of you who's hearing me, and more importantly, all those who are sailing all over the world, or maybe away on leave and would be joining. I also pay homage to Captain Subramaniam. We miss him, and we will continue to miss him for a very, very long time. A pillar of maritime education in our country. I saw the result of the polls about MTG. I'll just spend a minute on that. Obviously, I'm thankful to MTG for giving me an opportunity to be a mentor, and more importantly, to invite me for this talk here. Okay. MTG is a very unique experiment to bring the training institutes, but more importantly, the trainers, bring them together to share best practices, information, issues, and it's a tripartite thing. The three parties are there. I mean, if it has to succeed, all three parties have to come together. The first is, of course, the MTG, the second is the trainers and the training institutes, but the third are the URP, the seafarers. Okay. Because all this is for the benefit of, eventually, for you all. Okay. And therefore, you need to be actively aware of what MTG is, and if possible, become a member of MTG. Okay. Then only this experiment can be a successful experiment. Okay. I'm a true believer in learning. Okay. I've always felt that if one has to be relevant, one has to be meaningful, one must always remain a student. Okay. One can never say that I know everything, because there's so much to learn. Okay. I mean, today, in my advanced age, I was a student long time back. Okay. Even today, I have enrolled for a very high level advanced course, and every day I at least 2 hours or even more to study. Okay. Not for teaching, but to study. So I've always felt that there's so much to learn, and this one life is not enough for that. Okay. But one must continue to learn. Okay. Now, when I say learn or learning, I mean, there are two ways to it. One is a formal learning. Okay. Formal learning means you enroll for a course, either full-time or part-time or on distance learning. Okay. And complete that course successfully, get a qualification. It enhances your knowledge, but more importantly, it enhances your CV. Okay. In today's time, where an average seafarer does not sail for a very long time, you need to have some kind of an alternate in which you are looking forward to. And in today's time, in a very competitive time, a master's certificate or a chief engineer certificate is not really enough. Okay. So therefore, you need to, not only from the knowledge point of view, but more importantly, as I said, on the documents also, it should show that yes, you have this qualification, etc. Okay. Including affiliation with the various organizations like MTG, for example. I remember long time back, even in my last few years as a chief engineer, I became member to anything and everything. Okay. And that helps because they provide all kinds of source of information. Okay. Now the second is the informal type of learning. Okay. Now informal learning is basically learning from our each and every day's experience, being observant. Okay. Maybe doing some value-added courses. Okay. Unfortunately, in our industry, the feeling is that one certified, always competent. Now, that's not true, because things are changing. Technology is changing, methods of operation is changing, systems are changing, legislation is changing, laws are changing. Okay. And therefore, if one feels that, yes, I've got my master's certificate or I've got my chief engineer certificate, that's the end of it, and I can continue to sail effectively for a long period of time, I'm sure. I'm sorry if you're mistaken. Okay. So one has to be constantly looking at doing something, okay, or whether using different technologies, which will be discussed with you all. Okay. So, but primarily to be able to understand what is happening around us and how we can cope up with this change which is happening so very quickly. You all have a major advantage today, which we did not have, and I definitely did not have when I was a student. Okay. That all kinds of information is available today. Okay. It's very easily available. Okay. I was seeing in one of the chat groups, people were talking about how PhD has become so very easy, that everything is available. In my time, it was not. Okay. Now, so information is available. The technology is also available. The tools are also available. Okay. Only thing, with this so much of availability of everything, the choice is a problem. Okay. How do you make a correct choice that you are getting good, reliable information and you are using the right tool and the right technology? And this is the initiative which is going to be discussed in this workshop. Okay. That in today's time, you have abundance of so many things. How do you make the right choice? Going with the tools, in the Tulani Maritime Institute, which I started from the scratch, there was nothing there, and I was there for 20 years. We had never discouraged students to carry mobiles. Right from beginning, so they can carry. As long as it doesn't ring in the class, it's okay. So I remember a few years back, I was taking a class, and suddenly, it was my class, and suddenly when I went there, I told the class that today I'm not teaching. We are going to have a surprise test. And now everybody said, oh God, what? Yeah. Of course, they couldn't make much noise because the principal was there. Okay, but I could feel that, okay, kya kar rahe, kyun phasa rahe unko? Okay. I had the papers with me, and each paper had a small little question. And I distributed to them. I said, well, you have 15 minutes. Please write on this paper. The question is there, answer also you write on this paper. And they started writing. After 15 minutes, I said, okay, hold on, stop. I said, I'm giving you another 15 minutes. You move around in the class, discuss with your friends. You can speak loudly, I have no botheration with respect to that. And if you want to change your answer, change. If you want to add anything more, please do it. So again, 15 minutes. Initially, they thought, ye kahan phasa raha hai? Where is the catch? Okay, how can you say you can make noise in the class? Okay. But then they started moving and a lot of activity. And after 15 minutes or so, I said, okay, now you stop. I said, now you take out your mobiles. I said, each one of you have your mobiles in your bag. Please take it out. You can use it to get to any site which you think is the right. And again, amend your answers for another 15 minutes. Again, there was it was some kind of a disbelief. Ki bhai, ye kya ho raha hai? Aise kaise hota hai? But I said, no, please go ahead. So they did that for 15 odd minutes, and then I stopped and I collected the papers. Now the question is, what did I achieve in this? I was not interested in the test part of it. I was interested in which I achieved was that they could use Google or whatever was the right thing, and more importantly, they could do some peer learning, okay, which in today's time is sort of absent. Okay, people don't learn from each other. Okay, so that became such an exciting figure that they started believing in others. So I just gave you one example of how these technologies and things can be used as long as you have an open mind towards it. Okay. There are some pre-C cadets also in the audience, I've been told. Just a minute for them. Seafaring is a profession. It's not a career. Okay, it's a profession. And when one joins a profession, one needs to be professional. Okay. Now, how does one become a professional? You require knowledge, you require skills, of course, you've been told, and the third is attitude. Okay, attitude to use both these things effectively and correctively. Okay, but more importantly, have the passion, have the courage, have the dedication. Okay, then only you will become a professional. You see, all these foreign ship owners, they take Indians, not because they love Indians, but because they require a certain quality at a certain cost. As long as we are able to provide that, they are here with us. Otherwise, no. Okay, so the onus is on you all that don't think that the seafaring is like any other career and I can do that. No. You need to be a professional. You need to be trained as a professional. Okay. Another thing which I used to tell my students always, that no other profession or a career, except probably the armed forces, can give you that kind of confidence which the seafaring does. Okay. A seafarer can do anything and everything effectively, efficiently, and good. Okay, I mean, this is known fact. Okay. Now, this is not only about the work at sea or on ship, but anything. Okay. So therefore, the point I'm trying to make is that have that confidence in yourself, set certain goal, be focused, and work towards it. Remain a student forever. Okay. Keep on working on it till you achieve your goal. It's not necessary to get A degree or A class or 80%, 90%. No, nothing like that. As long as you are focused, you will achieve whatever you plan to achieve. Okay. So in conclusion, I want to thank MTG for giving this opportunity to me to talk with you. I hope some few words of mine would probably have had some effect on you, because as Captain Nigam said, I mean, I've been a person who have always tried to learn, although I was just an average student in DMT. But I realized that there is so much to learn. And I went for qualifications, actual qualifications, doing courses in commercial side, in law, in insurance, in financial management. I joined the Nursi Monji University to do a course. Okay, why not? There's so much. Okay. I want to thank the organizing team of this event. They've been working tirelessly. Okay, there are some glitches which always happens. That's okay. But I sincerely urge each one of you to support MTG because that's a wonderful initiative. In the end, I want to once again compliment and thank and wish each one of you all the very best in all your endeavors. Anything which you plan to do well, do good, and then God bless you all. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Nigam.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful keynote address, and I'm sure a lot of us will pick up many salient points from what you have said, especially the young seafarers attending today. They will be guided. Now, I call upon Captain Kumar Haldorai to speak on etiquettes.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to address these learned, intelligent youngsters who are the future of the shipping industry.
Hello.
All of you one day will rise in rank to become the master, or probably the superintendent, or some of you could become the MMP surveyors, some of you would become the regulators, or why not? Somebody could become the ship owners. The reputation of the seafarers lies in your hands. Each one of you are the torchbearer and ambassador to this great country. My humble request to one and all of you is to make an oath and make a promise to yourself to keep up the glory and reputation of the Indian seafarers, which is handed over to you by your seniors. This COVID lockdown and disruption is a testing period not only for our country, but for the world at large. Remember, this is not a normal situation. Each one of us should be wise, considerate, and sensitive enough to act in the larger benefits of this society. With this note, I would like to start my presentation today. Let me share my screen. hope you're all able to see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the topic I'll be discussing with you all is how to learn effectively, that is how to prepare your mind and the body to receive the information what is being given to you. How to create a study atmosphere, that is how to set up your equipment, how to set up your room to ensure you have a congenial atmosphere to learn. Some kind of healthcare tips, because you'll be sitting online and it will cause health hazards of your body as well as to your eyes. How to protect that. And then also about the netiquettes. Your behavior on the internet, very, very important, very relevant for today. As we have seen, many people have been annotating on the screens and so once probably after this course, all of you will understand the importance of netiquette. Probably that's why this course is there for today. And also about cyber security. And before that, I would like to take everyone a step before this to understand. Yes. Yeah, give me a minute, please. Let me just have a little issue with my screen. Yeah, I would like to discuss on why do we educate ourselves? We all educate ourselves to become successful. Then when you ask what is success, each one will have our own understanding and definition of success. For someone, it would be just passing an MMD exam. For somebody else, it could be to get a command on board a ship. For someone, it's building a house or getting a shore job, so on and so forth. We all have various ambitions and goals. Some of them which are short time, some of them could be for a long time. Our definition of
Captain
success.
Kumar, I think your slide is also being annotated. You will have to go on those 3 dots in the top right hand corner and stop annotations by participants.
Yes, give me a second. Let's do that. Yeah, my screen is frozen as well. If Ankit can help me out with this. Yeah, okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can go to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. So we are looking at the definition of success that keeps changing with respect to as we keep, it is dynamic and with time and experience, this definition of success also keeps changing. And the measurement of goals could be different for different people. But what I would like to emphasize is that the path leading to success has been the same for everyone. The road to success is always under construction, so you have to keep working on it. And you require curiosity to be successful. And now I would like to show a small video as to what this success means.
புத்தியுள்ள மனிதனெல்லாம் வெற்றி காண்பதில்லை வெற்றி பெற்ற மனிதனெல்லாம் புத்திசாலி இல்லை புத்திசாலி இல்லை புத்தியுள்ள மனிதனெல்லாம் வெற்றி காண்பதில்லை வெற்றி பெற்ற மனிதனெல்லாம் புத்திசாலி இல்லை புத்திசாலி இல்லை பணம் இருக்கும் மனிதரிடம் மனம் இருப்பதில்லை மனம் இருக்கும் மனிதரிடம் பணம் இருப்பதில்லை. பணம் இருக்கும் மனிதரிடம் மனம் இருப்பதில்லை. மனம் இருக்கும் மனிதரிடம் பணம் இருப்பதில்லை.
That's a thought-provoking video. It's interesting to note that not all intelligent people become successful in life. Neither all successful people are intelligent. Success is what we dream in our mind and we pursue with passion. As I said, though the success is different for different people, the path which is leading to success is the same. All the successful people always have something in common, which is the same thing. So let me remind you all again, we are all learning throughout our entire life, trying to become successful, and so we are here today as well. Let me quote what the great sage Thiruvalluvar has told in BC. Even in the endeavors impossible to accomplish by gods, one's genuine efforts will still yield commensurate rewards. So keep in mind, gentlemen, your hard work has got no alternative. If you want to be successful, you need to put in hard work. As Thiruvalluvar has said, even if the Almighty God cannot accomplish this, He will reward you for your genuine effort, what you have been putting. Success comes with hard work, persistence. Probably you have to spend out late nights. There could be rejections and sacrifice. You have to be disciplined. There could be a lot of criticism. You could have a lot of doubts. You could end up in failure and risk. So everybody is being successful has to go through all this in their lifetime. You will not be an exception to it. So please put your mind and heart at it. Let me come back to the etiquettes for which we are here today. I would like to discuss about how to learn effectively. That was our first topic. So learning effectively is about, first of all, having a positive mind. First and foremost, you should come with the mindset to learn. Otherwise, any effort put by the faculty or yourself will be futile. You should be in control of your mind. You should train your mind to accept what you're going to learn is going to be useful. You should train your mind to accept what you're going to learn is going to get you a job. You should train your mind to accept what you're going to learn will give you lots of dollars as salary. You should train your mind to accept what you're going to learn is keeping your luxury car and air-conditioned home and your family which is running. And train your mind to accept what you're going to learn is going to save your life and others on board the ship. Gentlemen, I would like to repeat this again. Please come with the mindset to learn and accept what you're going to learn is going to save your own life and others' life on board the ship. And that is the knowledge is the one which will help you to come back in the same shape which you joined the ship. There are a number of accidents taking place on board the ship. It is alarmingly increasing. Do not have a casual attitude towards learning. As what our keynote speaker, Dr. Saxena Sir said, do not assume this is a kind of profession which is leading to a certification. This is a professional course, what you're going through. Remember, every word you learn, every sentence you learn, every page you learn is going to help you to become a successful mariner. If you are not able to convince your mind on this aspect, forget the faculty is going to teach you. No force on this earth or even the Almighty will not be able to help you learn effectively. To sum it up, I would say that, first of all, if you come with a mind to accept, to learn, 70% of your job is done. The most of the difficulties are there. People start going to various courses, start using various tools, And there are some kind of mind memorizing techniques which have been professionally handled. Probably some people read binary numbers from reverse and forward. But all this said, what we need to think about is you should come with a mindset that you want to learn this and this learning information is useful. Otherwise, nobody will be able to help you out. I'd like to go to the topic of positive mind, understand the purpose of learning. Do not think you know it all. There is a problem which arises. Every session is a learning experience, and at every age, at every moment, you keep learning. This is an interesting tool, mind mapping, which was introduced by Tony Buzan, who is a British psychologist. Of course, in fact, was used in the period of Aristotle itself. It is just about a central concept, and then you have branches. The whole idea of this is it will help you to grasp the information fast, helps you to retain the information, and most importantly, you should be able to recall the information at the right time. This is very most apt for the seafarers, for the kind of profession. The problem is many times we learn a lot of information, we do not store the information with us, and we are not able to recall the information at the critical moment, especially on board the ship during emergency situations. If all your information, what you learned, is put in a hard disk and kept at your cabin or at your home, that is going to be a disaster, as we all know. The information what you learned should be able to be retained by you, and you should be able to recall that information at the critical moment. So how we do that is by mind mapping. All of you can Google and check it for the youngsters. Just go and put mind mapping. There are a lot of tools, even online tools are there. There's nothing, rocket science about it. All you have to do is you can learn anything under this mind mapping. It is just like a flow chart kind of thing which you need to put it. And research has shown that this mind mapping has helped almost about 80% of the students to understand the concepts and ideas better. So I just shown about this mind mapping, what it is there, very much available. All the youngsters are tech savvy. You can just go to Google and check this and download a software. Free softwares are available. Even you don't worry about software, you can just take your notebook, take a paper. For example, you just want to write about how do we learn. Just put a circle and say how do we learn, and start putting the branches all around. For example, for learning, we can do it by introspection, by reading, by learning from others, by knowing the traditions, learning from doing, mass media, so on and so forth. And then sub branches into that. For example, how do we learn by formal means? Is by seminar, by training course, convention, or lecture. Even if you want to branch out the lecture, you can put it. The whole idea of this is it brings a lot of clarity to your mind. You are trying to put up the ideas. The mind is also like a computer. Imagine you put all the information in one particular folder. It does happen to us many a times. Yes, we collect all the information. Once you don't segregate the information into proper folders, simply you're lost. When the information is really required to recover the information, it's impossible for you. It's a nightmare. Same way, your mind also works like a computer. In fact, it's a supercomputer. You all know that. It can do a lot of work much better than the computer. But then you need to put the folders in your mind. That can happen when you do it through your mind mapping. And please try to do this. It's also useful for the teachers as well. Your lectures, you have to mind map your lectures and then start delivering to the students. Memory techniques. This is one way in which we can learn effectively. First of all, you have to listen attentively in the class. Very, very important. Otherwise, most of the information, if you have not gathered the information, half information will not be able to retain. Your memory doesn't work that way. Use simple language and words. Try to simplify the things. Relate everything to your daily life. Try to make examples in your daily life or whatever activities you are doing. Try to create a link between each of the activity so that you can be able to retain a lot of information in your memory. There are a lot of seminars, webinars conducted all around. You can see that people are reading some of them the binary numbers and so many things. I think for the seafaring profession, we don't have to be that kind of professional to learn so many things. Keep your mind clutter free. Just keep everything in a link and understand in a broad perspective what has to be done. And in times of emergency, you should be able to recall this information. You need not be a high-tech kid to be on board a ship. You should have more of common sense and applicability. This is another method to retain more information. Frequent repetition. I need not tell that. All of you must be aware of it. More the number of times we repeat, better we have the information recorded from our short time memory to our long time memory. We all know that any information which goes is like a computer, it just goes to a temporary memory, then you need to put it to a permanent memory. Our short time memory, whatever is interesting to us, that alone gets automatically transferred to the long time memory. But rest of the information is just lying there. In couple of days, they will get erased. So how do you want to put maximum information into your long time memory is, you need to keep repeating. For example, you study a subject for about 1 hour in a day. Probably next day you can repeat for about half an hour. The third day about 15 minutes, then about 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Every week spend some 5 minutes to repeat it. Probably after 2-3 weeks, most of the information will go to your permanent memory. Believe me, gentlemen, there are a lot of research which has been done. And all the supercomputer and all the tools what we get online, as the beginning of the session we said, they are only tools to help us into this. Our human mind has not changed much in the size from the times we were our forefathers ape till now. Though the computers have become supercomputers and in a very small laptop you get a number of information, but your mind has not changed in any way. The way it is retaining the information, the way it is storing information, from our forefather ape till now, it is the same thing. So if you want to put all your information to your memory, these are the methods which you need to do. Your supercomputer or your mobile phone having a lot of information and data, or your Google will not going to help you out in putting this information to your memory. You have to do it on your own. Storytelling. Everything you need to make it interesting, make it thrilling, have a lot of suspense in that, a lot of fun and climax, and link the events. Any subject you study, first of all, your interest is there, and you try to map everything into a storytelling kind of thing. This will help you to retain a lot of information. Also, you need to cut out on distraction. Most of the times we are in the classroom only physically. Nowadays, being online, the faculty will not be able to observe you. You are just probably, your eyes are just looking at the screen, but mind is all over. Some of them put their mobiles down and keep sending messages to their friends, or some of them are into other activities. But then all said and done, gentlemen, you are just wasting your time. It is going to be of no use to you. As we said, the pillars of success, if you want to succeed, you have to put in hard work. This is all up to you. You need to train your mind to be in the class. Create a habit to study. Very, very important. Remember, habits are initially like your spider webs, but as you keep practicing, they become strong cables. Even you want to cut your habit, it's not possible. So create good habits. Studying is a good habit, and knowledge is power. There is no need to tell. In this whole world, knowledge is most powerful than anything else in this world. If you want to be powerful, if you want to gain knowledge, if you want to be successful, you need to create a habit to study all the time, wherever it is. So the next topic I'm going on to is to how to create a study atmosphere. We have seen that how we are able to gain maximum information. Now we are looking at how to study, create a congenial study atmosphere. First and foremost, you need to designate a study room for yourself. Tell your parents, tell everyone that this is your school. I'm sure that your parents will not come and disturb you in your school. Every parent or every family member wants their kids to study and become successful. So please tell them, do not use your kitchen or your probably hall or something where somebody is watching a TV and people are moving around cooking in the kitchen. There's going to be a lot of distraction. Use a table and chair. We can see most of the candidate could be lying on the bed or probably lying on the sofa. No, because your attitude is very, very important, not just for the faculty alone, it is for yourself. The moment you dress yourself and put up and say that, yes, I'm going to study, this itself is going to change your mindset. Ensure adequate lighting and ventilation is there in your room. Use a laptop and a desktop instead of a mobile phone. Remember, mobile phones have a very small screen. It will cause a lot of strain to your eyes. And for a seafarer, gentlemen, very, very important. Probably mobile phone is very, very easy to handle. Wherever you go, you can just pick up the mobile phone and then just, keep watching it. But the problem is it will cause a lot of strain on your eyes. And for the seafarer, eyes are very, very important. You might lose your job if you don't have a proper eyesight. Not only losing a job, in your own personal life, imagine you have an eyesight problem, then it is going to create a lot of hassles for you. Ensure the light falls on your face. You can have a small kind of lighting behind you, in front of you, so that the face is lighted up. You can use a good quality of audio or a microphone. Ensure you have enough bandwidth and battery backup with you. Many a times, the battery is down, you forget to charge your mobile phone or you charge your laptops. And very important, dress appropriately. No pajamas or lungi banyans over there. You are representing yourself in presence of so many people in public. And most of the time, these have been recorded. And it is also probably the institutes will put it on YouTube and other things. You don't want to show yourself in a bad light where you are, inappropriately dressed and it is being broadcast everywhere. And of course, as I said in the beginning, you all are the future masters of this industry. You are the future, probably ship owners. I don't think any ship owner would like, after a few years, you become a ship owner and watch your own video and find out that one day you are sitting in a class with your inappropriately dressed. It will not look good on you. There's a small video. Let's watch this. How you need to set up your vehicle. Okay? video about how you need to set up your equipment and ensure your bandwidth is all okay. You can see, gentlemen, that because of this technology, all of us are in a big hurry. And there's a lot of plethora of information available all over. And we all always assume that we are missing something. I would request and tell everyone that don't worry, you are not missing anything at all. You need not multitask with so many information. What information you have taken to yourself only matters. It doesn't matter what is available around you. Just pick up information which is required for you and store that information with you. That is more important. If you Google for any information, there are lakhs of pages. Does it belong to you? I would say no. The information which is available within yourself only belongs to you. So even if you read one page and you can retain the information, it is good rather than reading 100 pages and being lost. So I would like to move to the next topic of healthcare. Very important. Take care of your, use a chair and a table. It is good for your back and your body postures. Take care of your eyes, very important. There's a rule 20, some doctors have devised. It's a very simple rule. It says that rule 20 is said to remember. Every 20 minutes, take a break and try to look at an object which is 20 feet away from you for about 20 seconds. That will help in lubricating your eyes. Probably, yes, we are forced to watch the screens. Some of you are watching it for 4 to 5 hours. The students, probably the faculty as well. So take care of your eyes. Remember the rule 20. 20 minutes break. You should look at an object which is 20 feet far away for 20 seconds, which will help you in protecting your eyes. Reduce the glare from the screen. Try to adjust your brightness. Too bright screens will cause kind of eye problems. Also, there are some anti-glare available screens available on the market, very cheap price. You can just Google and check anything anti-glare. A small sheet comes, you can just stick it on your screen, which will be helpful because the radiation from your system or your mobile phones could cause damage to your eyes because you've been watching this for quite some time. Take a break every 45 minutes, just move around and take care of your body postures. If you keep a bad posture, it is for a prolonged time. You might have pain with your neck, with your back, with your joints. Sometimes it will cause permanent deformation of your spinal cord and be a permanent health hazard for you. Please take care of it. See what kind of body posture that can cause headaches. Also, if you sit in a wrong position, we will not be able to perceive the information, will not be able to take the information what is required. It will lead to bad concentration. So your entire 1 hour of time is wasted. So it is suggested that you set up a small study room and then sit on a table and chair as you do in your colleges. It is much worth it for your long time benefits of your health. If you sit straight, there are a lot of benefits. You can breathe in larger amount of air, which will aid in better learning. You need to support your back and the legs are touching the floor, otherwise you'll have a spinal problem. Suppose your chair is very high and you are not able to keep your foot on the floor, please take care of it, put a small stool or you change the height of your chair. This will lead to some kind of back problems. Adjust your monitor, very important. Sometimes we keep it on the lap and sometimes on our mobile phones we keep holding in our hand. Remember, it will cause stiffness of your neck and then cause permanent deformation of your neck. Very sensitive to your entire spinal cord. So ensure that the monitor is in a position where the neck is relaxed, probably at the eye level. And if possible, practice yoga. That will help you to regain and retain your posture. So let's watch another small video regarding this health tip. Short videos are very good rather than talking about for a long time. The videos will help you grasp better. Now we come to the most important topic of netiquette. Netiquette is nothing but how you behave on the internet. We all have proper behaviors. We have been taught at schools by our parents. In a civil society, we need to have appropriate behavior, not only on the internet. Probably most of the times we forget because we don't see the person on the other side, or we assume nobody knows who is doing this. So we sometimes resort to improper behavior. That is the whole objective of this course where DG Shipping has come out with the circular, where how people should behave, because it has become an approved online course, wherein your disturbance should not cause kind of disturbance to the other candidates. You should not interfere. If you are not interested, you might probably leave the class with the permission or whatever as the regulation of the institute, rather than causing a kind of disturbance and irritation to the other candidates. So please take care of it. As I said, you are all the future masters. You are the future probably regulators. One of you will become an MT surveyor, or you might be one of the person at DG Shipping in a higher position, and you would be one of the ship owners as well. So understand etiquettes. Your behavior is very, very important. Whether it is on social media or face to face, we should have an appropriate behavior. So let us see. Sometimes many of us don't know our behavior is causing some irritation to others because we are not seeing them face to face. So let us see them what kind of behavior we need to have with ourselves. Proper manners and behaviors online is nothing but etiquettes. Respect other people's time and bandwidth. Avoid sarcasm, humor which might offend others. Let's watch this video. All short videos. Instead of putting up talking for a longer time, this will be able to tell you exactly what you need. That's an interesting video you have seen there. Do not draw on the screen. You could see in the morning few of the people drawing on the screen. Definitely, as we all know, as we all look upon yourself as the future of the industry, as the future masters and future ship owners, please do not draw on the screens when they are doing the presentation. Same thing when your faculty is teaching you, do not cause disturbance to the other candidates. So let us see a SWOT analysis. What is the strength and weakness? Of course, every system will have its own strength and weakness, opportunities and threat. Of this online learning, the strength is about the independence of access to time and place. You can access from anywhere, the impartiality, enhancing the individual and group participation, exposure to global standards of education. You can have a teacher from any part of the world who can teach you. And opportunities are enrollment of more number of students. Probably in a physical classroom, you have a limitation of 30, 40, depending upon the number space what you have. Probably online, a very good lecturing can accommodate any number of candidates. Graduation without disturbing the work-life balance. Of course, seafarers now I can see a lot of people are quarantined in some places after sign off from the ship, but they are attending their courses. I think this kind of luxury, we will not have it when you have to come physically to the institute. Many of them are attending from the hotels where they are quarantined, and it's time saving and cost effective also. You need not travel all over the place, and education for all category of candidates. Of course, every system will have its weakness. Absence of a teacher, there is a physical teacher as a mentor. Access to unsupportive information. That's what the student should be careful. In the next session, they will tell you where you will get the authentic information from. And the student assessment and feedback could be limited because of the physical absence of a teacher and a student. And being unsuitable for practical courses, probably we cannot have the system. And there are threats also. There is some kind of lack of technology. If the candidates are not aware of technology, they might get into cyber crimes and other things, might cause some kind of damage to them. There could be some security issues. Lack of computer knowledge also will lead you to some kind of learning of a lower. So we need to improve upon this. Look at the weakness. See how you can convert the weakness into strength. So to sum up the code of conduct for candidates online, I made it like AEIOU. Of course, it's taken from the net. Google has got a number of information where you just take the information from there. AEIOU, the vowels, so that you can remember it. A is for attitude. It's for the curiosity, eagerness, and enthusiasm, how a candidate is supposed to be. E is etiquette. You should be presentable, elegant, and energetic. I is for interaction. You should have an eye-to-eye contact. Get involved in the classes with enthusiasm. You shall omit the distraction and not to be too casual, and do not pass any kind of improper remarks. And you should be unique. You should be a role model and example to all the other candidates. What not to do online? Quickly not to discriminate. No attack on the teacher or the students. Not to form a gang and start, causing some kind of harassment. Do not gossip. No intimidation. No politics and religion to be discussed, or any sensitive topics need not be discussed here, and no self-promotion. So with this, I would end my topic on etiquette. I'm sure after reading and sitting in this lecture, all of you would have understood. Many of you would have not been aware what could cause, the kind of lack of etiquettes. So now you have seen it, and I'm sure that you all will follow in your future when you attend the courses or online anytime when you communicate. So I'm just having a couple of slides, and I would like to end this for the cyber crime. Since we are using online, we need to be careful. What is a cyber crime? Is nothing but use of a computer as an instrument to further illegal ends, such as committing fraud, stealing identities, or violating the privacy is called cybercrime. Hacking is about criminal use of various software to enter the computer without the knowledge of the user. Probably you just download something, and then there is some kind of software downloaded to you without your knowledge, which they are trying to steal the information, sensitive information to you. Theft is nothing but violating the copyrights in which we are downloading music, movies, or intellectual property. Remember, gentlemen, anything you download from the net, if it is protected, it is amounting to theft, and it will be in accordance to the Cybercrime Act maybe people will take you to task, so be careful about when you do these activities. Cyber stalking, it is nothing but an online harassment of the victim. Somebody might take data from you, your email or your phone numbers from the internet, keep calling you and trying to harass you, trying to find some weak point. And phishing, an attempt to obtain sensitive and personal information from the user. So these are the types of different kind of crimes which will take place. Of course, IMO has come out with some guidelines, and you got other flag state guidelines regarding cybercrime. It is all for the bigger, for the companies and so many other activities. Probably all of you have watched a movie wherein one person takes over the entire ship, passenger ship, and then he remotely operates it. That's on a high level. We as students and for our own use, probably if you are aware of these things, I think it should be sufficient enough. What are the causes why people, this cause of the cybercrime is very easy to access, because they have to just come into log on to net and come into your system. Availability of all data in one place, because we have a lot of information in one place. Somebody would like to steal the information, very easy to steal it. Complex to understand, as there are so many applications. For the person who is using his computer, we are all not so well versed with the computers. Of course, many could be there, but it is so complex that we may not understand what applications are operating how. So that is how these cybercrime people will take advantage of it. Very important, no evidence and proof of theft is there. That's the reason people will try to steal your information, because they do not leave any kind of evidence, or you cannot get any proof that so-and-so person has hacked your system. How do we protect against the cybercrime? Very, very important is, do not put your personal information onto any kind of computer, mobile phone. Passwords, we are all used to it because we forget, and of course we have so many passwords also, but very sensitive password of your bank details or other any sensitive information, please write it in a diary or in a paper and keep it safe. Do not put it in anywhere. There might be a lot of apps which are there which will tell you that you are going to protect your password, nobody can hack it. But remember, anything will be hacked, everything can be hacked. So there are people who study this, they call it ethical hacking or whatever. They study hacking to find where they can take it out. So please do not rely on this information. Overnight, tomorrow morning, you might get a message that your crores of rupees or lakhs of rupees in your bank has been already wiped out, and there's no evidence for it, and you might end up in deep trouble. Use strong passwords for your emails and other this one. Probably alphanumerical password. So it will help you to keep it, but do not again store the password in your mobile number or with your system. It will just get hacked. So this password should be written probably in a paper or somewhere and kept it with you in a small diary. Do not download apps from unreliable sources. If you don't rely on that, do not download. That might have a lot of risk. And take a backup of all your information into some kind of other devices. There are a lot of hard drives available for a very less price. Even a 1 TB hard drive must cost you just about 3,000-4,000 rupees. Worth it. Every now and then keep taking backup and keep your antivirus updated so that it will help you to protect against all this. And with the last video, I would like to end up my session.
Hello, Mrs. Janaki here. I've started taking online classes for my children and I'm already fed up. Pasanga class attend pandranga, all the parents come and sit in my class nicely. Especially the mothers. Correctly when I'm starting the class, only they will decide to feed their children. That is also fine. One mother was brushing her child's teeth during my class. Now homework mothers are far better. Fathers irukangale. Yesterday during my class, one father was roaming around without a shirt, wearing one kutti shorts. Kinkini mangini is walking. At the path, all the children started laughing. Kekka bukke. 2 hours in the class. 1 hour went in kekka bukke, 1 hour went in attendance. Class over. Children notes edukranga. What the video on audio off. What the audio on video off. You know, special VIP. Rendume off. I'm sure he's playing some PUBG game. But I'm not taking it. Principal Padmanabhanoda paiyan. Avana edha keta purum Paddu will come. Janaki, he's just a child, Janaki. Let him be. But check his WhatsApp status. Say no to nepotism. Don't misuse power. Nalla irukku and koothu. Hypocrites. Ma, the hypocrites, ma. நான் டீச்சரா நீ டீச்சராடி வந்துட்டா எல்லா வீடியோ. Hello.
Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Stay home, stay safe, enjoy your online studies. I'm sure after watching all these netiquettes, all of you will respect others' space. You will respect others' sentiments and behave appropriately.
Thank you, Captain Kumar.
Thank you.
Can you stop screen share now?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it was a very, very nice presentation, very comprehensive, and a lot of information was there. If all of you liked it, please give some reaction, put thumbs up. Great, great. From reactions, use the reactions. I can see a lot of people doing thumbs up. Excellent, excellent. I will also put a thumbs up. And I will also do a clapping for you.
Thank you very much.
Great. We have some very prominent, eminent personalities amongst us. I've been trying to contact them through WhatsApp if they would come to the fore. Before I take their names, I need their permission. So I do have permission from Captain Azad. Is Captain Azad in? Principal Officer of Cochin, Captain Azad, is he in?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I will call upon our next resource speaker, Captain Virat Chiskar. Please do your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Just one moment. An extra step out here. Very resourceful learners we have, and I'm done with that. So good morning, everybody, and let me first congratulate. I, in fact, appreciate the fact that somebody figured out that the annotation was left running open, and that allowed us as trainers to learn. So train the e-learner is not just about teaching for us, it's about learning. So thank you so much. Everybody learns from each other. That's the whole idea of knowledge sharing. If I could now have a 40-minute slot for my presentation, and it's going to be a quick chat on useful applications, apps, more commonly known as apps, websites, and other tools for the e-learner. So we'll take it ahead from here. I trust my screen is visible. My audio is available.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Good quality, loud and clear.
Okay. We're just trying to do a comparison. On the left, you see the gurus of yore. You see our first vice president and then, of course, President Dr. Radhakrishnan, the birthday of whom we celebrate as Teachers' Day. And the arrow says everything about the guru below him. And on the right are the New Age gurus. So let's just approach the New Age gurus. We know a lot about the gurus of Europe. We give it a shot about the New Age gurus getting you there. Okay, it's not a poll, but we have a lot of text conversation going on the chat. Just a small request, if everybody can write what they think is the name of the largest university in the world. Can I just have a bit of cooperation and have the chat having a few responses, please? If you just type in the chat what you feel is the name of the largest university in the world. We can give it 10 seconds. Everybody, just to feel alive. Okay, here goes. You'll get the name and, of course, the brand of the largest university in the world coming up on your screen right now. I don't think most of the participants on this Zoom platform and a lot more on the YouTube platform would disagree that WhatsApp University is by far the largest university in the world these days. You know, the tagline, where ignorance is bliss. So let's move along on how effective WhatsApp University is. I'll just introduce you to a WhatsApp professor coming up in the next slide.
Here's how you make brown parents believe literally anything. You're going to start with a plain background and write whatever you want, but just make sure you write it in this font. That's crucial. Now mention any religious text and talk about body, mind, spirit, or something like that. And make sure that you mention a Harvard scientist helped confirm ancient wisdom, because we love those headlines. Don't actually mention anything but the research or the wisdom. Just make sure you say it was done by Harvard. Now make a diagram that looks scientific and religious at the same time, and throw some Sanskrit on there. Don't worry about accuracy. Beautiful. Now mention some chemicals. I chose Kanye and Drake's name and made them look like compounds. It doesn't matter if they're real or not. Our uncles and aunties have PhDs in science, but that's no match for WhatsApp. Now pull in some pictures of pines and nuts or leaves or whatever, and just say how they're generically good for you. Be as creative as you want. Don't let reality hold you back now. But do make sure that you draw arrows and circles so they know what to look at. Now it's imperative that you insult Western medicine and culture at this last part. You know the drill, 3 dots, 3 exclamation points, cite your sources, and make the image quality a little worse. And that is perfection.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could join me in giving a thumbs up for this beautiful creator, you know, the WhatsApp guru, I would love to see a few reactions of thumbs up. We have to give credit where it's due. Amazing WhatsApp professor. You can't deny the fact, the effectiveness of WhatsApp. Personal experience I can share. I have, of course, like all of us, long-standing relationships with my classmates. Classmates who I know were caught copying in their biology paper back in school. Today, thanks to WhatsApp University, content kuch bhi ho, reach amazing hai WhatsApp ka. Today they are experts on vaccines, they are expert on virus, they are expert on cytokine storms. They are absolute experts on COVID-19 thanks to WhatsApp University. So now we'll go on to the true goods. We're talking about applications in the very beginning. The simple reason why apps comes in first is because they are a part of daily life. You know, I've kept the kitchen quiet today because of the webinar, so good excuse for the wife to use Swiggy to get pizza. Or let's say, you know, for the ones who are seeking a spouse, you have Bharat Matrimony. In fact, I'm keeping an eye on the clock here because at the end of 40 minutes, if I don't comply, I have an app here which I know Captain Shivangi is going to use on me, and he's going to buzz me this way. You know, there's an app for telling, okay, time up. So we'll just talk about the apps. Of course, there are just a few sample apps. And please understand, when it comes to learning, we're trying to share as much as possible to help candidates learn, not just for examination purposes, but to help you ease out your workload, have more operational efficiency on ships. So these are just a few apps. It's just a sampling, very honestly, just a sampling of over an hour's effort of a few apps. I have, of course, focused more on local apps, which are good. We have a lot of reliable apps made locally, say from publishing houses like Bandarkar, or even ARI is doing amazing jobs in training, stepping onto the app platform. So these are just a glimpse of what we can offer in 40 minutes of what you should be downloading on apps and what is available on the Play Store or the iOS platform, which can help you learn, help you gain reliable knowledge, and make your life on board a lot simpler and a lot more effective. You can have apps which are, you know, static. They're just giving you static data of what's in a publication, maybe downloading the, you know, collision provision regulations verbatim, or the MARPOL. Or you can have apps like is on the right side of the screen, which are going to assist you with your job on board. Say the navigation calculator app, it's a multitasking app, chart plotting, it even focuses on theory. You know, there's a misconception that people who use apps will lose their basic skills and theory. I beg to differ. It encourages them to go back to their basics. It encourages them to use traditional methods and stay in touch regardless of rank or experience. So you can see that along with those calculators, there is a theory section as well. So the apps will only supplement the current traditional knowledge. It will not replace it. They can live in a parallel space. The center one is, of course, one of the favorite ones, where it is not just studying, but it is also testing and assessment, self-assessment. In these COVID social distancing times, you don't really have the benefit what we had of peer study, you know, each one doing a group study and peer review of each other. So you can take the help of the app, check your ROR knowledge. The app allows you to study it, familiarize it, test yourself. You can see it's question number 38 of 235. And most of these apps, more or less all of them are free, or few of them may have a marginal cost in app purchase or something, but a very nominal fee. But we focus more on the free apps. Coming up to the second page, like I said, you can go up from a very complex, draft survey and oil VCF calculation apps for chief mates of wet and dry vessels, or it could be a basic one for ship cadet, or even a rating who needs to understand IMO signs and symbols before he goes on ship. There's no sense, having the sticker on, glowing in the dark to IMO performance standards and you not knowing what it means. So there are simple apps, very basic apps. You have apps giving you all-in-one solution. On the right side, we see the nautical almanac, ASTM tables, the Hinship tables, in fact, and the type tables, all available on one single point app, giving you a lot of data on a click of a button. Then there are apps which a lot of us were not aware are provided by stakeholders. So whether it's DNV, Lloyd's, whether it's Shell, all of them have apps, and they have interactive apps like checklists. You have an ISM and ISPS pocket checklist. You have a port state control checklist. You have a fire safety checklist, LSA checklist. All those things, of course, they don't replace your own company's ISM checklist and policies. That is the parent of your procedures. But they definitely supplement. For a quick check, you can use these to maximum. You have Lloyd's involved, you have DNV involved, so the reliability of the app is predetermined, and it's all there. It's all available for free. And coming up to the last section of apps, or rather last sampling of apps, is you understand you don't have to limit yourself to apps which are simply related directly to maritime subjects. How often do you regret having forgotten your scientific calculator at home in your next tenure? Please download, you have a calculator, please download a scientific calculator app. A lot of us rely on making our own Excel programs, with conditional formatting and formulas and everything. And we just borrow somebody else. Why not develop something for your own self? Keep an app which teaches you, has tutorials on Excel. The right one is, of course, my favorite. A lot of my seniors and colleagues on the MTG group have seen this and know I'm a strong advocate of this app. Do understand something. Why is a sextant still carried on board? It's out of SOLAS for a long time. It's not really through SOLAS, but the voyage planning convention, which needs multiple means available for position monitoring. Now, you may have 2 GPSs on board. What happens if there's GPS spoofing? What happens about the common power supply? What happens when the 24 volt DC circuit board catches fire? Sparks out, and everything goes for a blink. Now, what do you do then? The app on the right is something called GPS Test by an app developer called Chartcross. on a simple basic, the cheapest Android phone today is something like 4,000 rupees. On a simple Android phone, you can download a 4 MB app which will track not just GPS satellites, it will not just track Galileo, the Chinese Lidu or compass, and it will of course track GLONASS, but also now the most modern phones are tracking the Indian global positioning system offered by ISRO. So that is a great step forward in local. So imagine you have the reliability of multiple fixes by multiple GNSS systems. And best of all, it not just gives you sunrise, sunset, and compass and speed and height and everything. The most important thing about this app is what few apps give you. It works offline. Yes, it works without a network, a data signal, and it works on a 4,000 rupee phone. So imagine what you already have since years, and you're not taking full benefit of it. Or are all apps reliable and safe for use? Now that is the $1 million question which should have come into the 400 odd participants right now. And I've just taken out an example. It's an example of an app developer I just found in the last couple of days. I applaud the efforts of this. He or she has made tremendous efforts in making apps. A lot of apps designed for obviously beginners, cadets, etc. And they are well-made apps, but I'll just need to run a poll. It's not a poll, just a text question actually again, a chat question. Now it's about dynamic draft. How many of you would believe that when moving from calculating a static draft to a dynamic draft, that squat is the most important criteria, that increases your depth of the vessel below the waterline maximum. Squat is the most one. So in the chat, can you say yes, squat is the most important, or can you give a thumbs up side to it? Anybody on thumbs ups? The squat.
Okay. Viraf, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
The app which you described, which can be put on less than rupees 4,000 Android phone, in chat I can see many people asking what is the name of that app.
So in the Q&A session, we can discuss all that. It's called GPS Test by Chartcross. The developer is Chartcross. The name of the app is GPS Test.
For the benefit of everyone, I'll write it in the chat.
Yes. So I'll just do it in the Q&A, sir. I'll just do it in the Q&A. All of these, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Just appreciate if everybody can just wait till the Q&A, and we will definitely address all of these, and we'll share all the information here and in future also. MTG is always open for such queries. Getting back, again, how many of you believe in the chat, if you could write, I believe that, say squat, or give a thumbs up. Squat is the most important factor for calculating dynamic draft. It influences the vessel the greatest. Once we're done on that, let's see what's the reality. Example, dynamic draft from the vessel is based on a lot of factors, not just squat. I'm just talking about 2 here. As an example, I've taken a ULCC beam 65 meters. I can take a small bulk carrier with 32 meters and still the data holds good. CB of 0.75, speed 6 knots. Now, this is what the squat value is at 6 knots for a ULCC. And remember, squat is, for this kind of vessel, it's going to be by the head. It's a trimming motion by the head. Now, conversely, how much do you think if this vessel heeled by a mere 2 degrees? By a mere 2 degrees, and you can't prevent heeling. You can control squat to some small extent by adjusting your speed. But heel, if you have a beam swell, if she did heel by 2 degrees or a rapid high ROT turn, how much do you think her draft will increase as dynamic draft for a mere 2 degrees? This is your answer. By a mere 2 degree roll, it's going to increase by 120 centimeters. That's more than double of what it gets affected by a squat. Imagine a 5 degree, this figure goes up to 3 meters. Even for a smaller vessel, this figure would have been somewhere close to 60, 70 centimeters, just for a 2-degree roll, a very much smaller vessel. Now, this is what I'm saying, that the app which I investigated was fantastic, great effort, beautiful, but it's incomplete. It talks about UKC calculations, talks about dynamic draft, and it's got a pro version also, a paid version. It's a fantastic effort, but unfortunately, it leads the fresh deck cadet to believe that squat is the whole and soul of dynamic draft and UKC calculation. So that is one kind of typical example where the app has to be used with caution. Use it, but know its limitations. Talking about downloading apps, points to remember: app developer should be an individual or established of some known repute. We saw, class societies, our own local publication house, our training centers, our simulator providers. These are reliable software developers. See the age of the app. It needs to be there for a long time. See the number of downloads. If you see 500 people download, don't be the 501st guy. Wait a day or two till it picks up. Check the reviews. Again, compare apps on the same subject. You may find something better. Don't be satisfied with the one app that you've downloaded. The size of the app is important. I don't expect freshers in this market where they're struggling for jobs. I don't expect you to buy a big, capacity, expensive mobile phone. So apps which are smaller are definitely easier to run, easier to store. The ones which work offline, like that GPS test, are added bonus. Pay attention when you are downloading first to the frequency of updates given for or revisions. Too few means that the developer is not really interested. He put a product up in the market, to gain popularity. Now he's not maintaining it. Now that is a problem. It is not up to date with updated knowledge. It may have cybersecurity flaws because there are viruses coming each day. And I'm not talking about the COVID time. Okay. The ones which are too frequently updated, of course, have a problem that there were too many glitches in the first place. So he has to keep on sending, he or she, of course, has to keep on sending a lot of updates. So beware of those types also. Do cross-check the contents of the app. Please, I just showed you an example. Cross-check it with other means, other sources. If they are calculating apps, please take the effort of manually doing the calculation once or twice to see if everything is on order. And just remember, don't go blindly by reviews. It's a new app. Somebody who's developed it in an MTI may just get all the students to say thumbs up. But that doesn't mean that 4.5 with 500 reviews is always a safe app. Always use apps with diligence and caution. I'll just request our host for the day, ARI, to put up the poll, which I'll share. If the poll can be shared, Mr. Ankit. Okay, I would just request all the ladies and gentlemen on the participants, if you can just take a quick poll, just take a vote. And we have our first guy. Okay, we see the polls running, and we'll keep it for a few seconds more. And we can have a countdown of 10 seconds where we stop the polling, or we'll let it go for a while. Let's give it a full minute. Just good time for me to check the clock, okay, on schedule. And there goes a minute to the poll. Mr. Ankit, thank you. Can we share the poll results, please? Okay, laptop, yes, definite benefits, but we may not have we may have a situation where everybody does not have access to it. As expected, either I like port is there. Mobile phone, going to the next slide and the relevance of this poll. We see laptop is a popular option, and I've got a few of these must-have options for e-learners on the screen. But there's a little, this is, a mixed audience of seniors, juniors, people who have been blessed to have, collected financial resources over the years, and we have some freshers who are struggling, particularly in this environment for finances. So we'll discuss both the extremes. Now, you could have a laptop. What is on display on the left side of the slide is, in fact, a hybrid laptop, a touch screen which folds over, flips over, can be used as a tablet as well. That's high-end stuff. One next to it, it's amazing, and it's reflective of what the world is today. A smart TV is definitely a smart product, but when I Googled up, Google is our source, Bhagwan, for these images. When I Googled up smart TV for students, I could not get a single image where a student was using a smart TV, which is a little sad. It was a very good tool for this thing. I'm sorry that I have to put smart TV with the user using entertainment apps. Yes, that's what's meant for. But a smart TV is an excellent tool for users. We'll see it a little later again when we discuss this. For learning, a projector, of course, and there you see the first tablet, which was launched way back in 2012. Made in India tablet for use in the universe. It was called Akash, and was pushed through into universities and training this thing. So that's the Akash for you. And of course, for our younger boys and girls who may not, they may have a laptop, but they don't have it right now in the institute, or they're stuck someplace in COVID, and they have budgetary limitations. Of course, the phone on display and swinging around costs about 1.5 lakh. It's a foldable display phone, but from a smartphone, you don't have to opt only for that center image where the smartphone is linked to a projector. But that is the best replacement. Everybody, and I agree with Captain Kumar, where he said a laptop is the ideal scenario to learn, ideal scenario to watch a presentation, but everybody can't afford a laptop or may not have access to a laptop right now. You can use a projector device, so you can project it to a big screen. And if you have budgetary constraints, on the right side, you see a very cheap device available off the shelf, 200 rupees from e-commerce sites. It's a simple cardboard and plastic lens device called mobile phone screen magnifier. And it's quite useful. It's 200 rupees well spent. You have to judge from the reviews and everything, but 200, 300 rupee investment, and you can take the benefits of a large screen. It gives you more clarity on these kind of sessions. Another must-have tool for e-learners, again, budgetary constraints, but if you can make an investment of 3,500 thereabouts or lesser, is the tablet pad for writing. If you can see the GIF on the left, it compares what happens when you try and write and take down notes with a mouse, and the ease of writing and the speed and clarity of writing when you use a tablet pad. I will in fact request the next set of speakers to elaborate. He's the one who introduced us to this wonderful tool. Thank you, Dr. Surinder. And now we move on. We saw that the laptop was the preferred medium of studies and everything. So apps are apps, but there is amazing amount of information, freely accessible, reliable information on popular websites. Okay, starting with yesterday's count. Ladies and gentlemen, proud to say that TG and the industry's initiative, yesterday's count was nearly 35,000 officers, seafarers registered on the DG's e-learning platform. We thank and applaud the authorities for taking this initiative. It's a wonderful tool. It's a wonderful effort. The industry members are cooperating on this. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I am sure there will be a lot of thumbs up reactions right now from the participants. for having given this. So if we can have a, applause, a reaction or a thumbs up, most grateful. Our DG, really deserves this. Going along, we can go slide and slide and slide about whether it is CMMI's website or a lot of local reliable this thing, but I'm just limiting it to the ones you may not know. There are a couple out here for the nautical and engineering side. Inmarist or the NI website gives you up-to-date information. You have publications. We have our local publications on the e-platform already. They have a lot of apps already, our local publications. They give a lot of verified, reliable information to keep you up to date on the scene. And it's not just limited to shipping industry. Please remember, our closest partner in the shipping industry are the oil majors. Shell, in fact, has something called Maritime Partners in Safety. They have a wonderful site for this, and they have, learning tools where you can go from learning from incidents to LET engagement tools, all free, all easily accessible, all needing very limited bandwidth. So you can go on to Shell, the website. Of course, we have the UKHO and we have IMO as well. A lot of and sometimes it's a little sad and disappointing that we see people using pirated products, and even sadder when we see they use pirated, outdated products of documents and items which are officially available for free on these sites. Please check for the official version. That will be the latest, most up-to-date and authenticated, and they are most importantly free. They want to share the knowledge. So please encourage us, go to these websites, and that's just the gist of what we'd like to go on. And again, it's been touched upon by Captain Kumar, and Dr. Surinder ji will also touch upon it. Captain Nigam sir spoke about this. There are a lot of websites which help you develop your e-learning, help you develop your presentations for people who are studying and giving online demonstrations, online submissions. There's a wonderful site called onlineconvert.com. It converts almost anything into anything, a video format to another a video format, a GIF file into a video format, a PDF into a document, a JPEG into a PDF. You throw anything on this website and it does a wonderful conversion for you. Again, free of cost. Same goes for a site, a very glamorous sounding name, but it does the job. I love PDF. So explore these sites. These are safe sites. They don't need registration. So it says log in and sign up and log in and register. You can use the tools without logging in and registration. And you should definitely explore all these. Okay, we're talking about e-learning all the time, and we come to a stage where almost right now we are only on e-learning, but you have to be a judicious e-learner. See, on the left, I have JRC's official, a screenshot, not the manual, a screenshot of the manual. JRC for its 701, 901, and 2000 models of EGDIS have about 6 user manuals. They are beautiful, they are descriptive. Each element is covered in each independent manual. It's got full-page screenshots. But again, handling ENCs and AVCS in a JRC machine has a 186-page PDF manual. Feel free to use it. You have it, it's there for you. But are you aware that UKHO and the British Admiralty, all you have to do is go on YouTube and press in the search bar, just type in AVCS and JRC, and there are about 8 to 9 videos legally where they have taken permission, and all you do is AVS plus JRC, and you will have 8 to 9 videos there. And if you can see this one, installing AVCS update media, a 48-second video, ladies and gentlemen, 48-second video, which you can pause at every step, you can understand, you can replay, you can in fact, do it live with your EGDIS on ship and see if you're doing the steps correctly, accurately. And the surprising and shocking part of it, this video has been there since 2013. You can see the date, July 9th, 2013. And there are only about 6,700 and odd views. It's truly shocking how we are not utilizing the digital platform for this. And mind you, it's not just limited for JRC. There are about 11, 12 models of Ignis there, whether it is Maris, whether it's Furuno, Tokyo Kaiki, whatever, it's all there. It's all free. You guys are on YouTube day and night, guys and girls. Okay, please subscribe to these channels. It's not just about Ignis, it's about the latest requirements from IHO, ENCs. Be aware, be alive on this. That's Admiralty TV, that's MI, and of course the Maritime Trainers Guild. Whatever we do today, whatever we have done in the recent past, everything is available on the YouTube. It's all there. You can pause it. You may find 3 hours at a stretch a little difficult on certain days. Watch it for 20 minutes, please. Pause it, restart it again. You can see all our distinguished speakers right now on the screen. A lot of them have taken the time and been present today as well. And we really are grateful for their efforts and just a little effort from your end as well, ladies and gents. Just defining a couple of slides and on time checked again, so no buzzer for me. And if you are on a notebook, it's good. I have a notebook on the right. I have some post-its stuck on my screen just in case I forget some key issues. But if you are needing an online substitute with all the classes going online, and this is just one product, again it's a Microsoft product, again it is free for most users, but Google has something, there is Evernote, and there are a lot of products. I'm just taking one. You can use something called a OneNote software. You have OneNote for 2016, you have OneNote for Windows 10, and it allows you to have a digital notebook, a notebook where you can make separate sections for different subjects. You can make separate notebooks for each class. You can have individual pages. Within each pages, this is what you can insert. You can insert a simple file. You can type in. You can actually train Cortina, the lady who keeps saying, may I help you? Every time you open Windows, to understand your speech. You train her and then she can convert your text to speech, and you can take verbal notes and convert them to text. It's not 100% accurate, but it saves some resources. You can insert videos, you can insert your own voice notes, you can add links, you can add I can take this whole presentation and add a notebook, my digital notebook. I can take a link from YouTube. DNV has a wonderful video, DNV JL, I apologize, on cybersecurity. I have a link posted here. It's not downloaded, it's just a link to the YouTube, so there's no violation of copyright, and you can keep it here and you click and you can see these videos again. It's a wonderful notebook, it's endless, you can't fill it up, it's environmentally friendly, you're not burning out pages, and it keeps everything at one single destination file. So I would really encourage people to have a digital notebook. You can see today one of the older presentations from the e-trainer already inserted here. In fact, it can do basic maths equation. If you can draw the maths equation or type the maths equation, it actually does the calculation for you. It will do 9 into 4, 36 for you automatically as well. That's a screenshot which I captured from one other website called Marine Traffic of a vessel going aground at Batu Daranti. I know what is happening in the Singapore Straits right now. So just a quick few acknowledgements. Would like to thank MTG for allowing this platform to share. My colleague at the Fleet Management Training Institute, I was a little hard-pressed on time for some other critical issues. He provided me the material for the MS OneNote with the trouble of making a digital notebook as a learner, though he's a trainer. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, the participants who have spared their valuable time, thank you for being an attentive and interactive audience. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And we can go on for Q&A in the spare time that we have. Captain Nigam, your permission to keep a brief Q&A?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Gentlemen, if you have any questions, please put on chat, and we have our technical team standby. They'll select your question and open your mic to ask. They'll unmute you to ask. Regarding your salutations to him, I'll prefer reactions like thumbs up or clapping instead of writing. Yeah, very informative and all that. Yes, later. Question answer. Any question?
Yes, a question from Mr. Roshan Kumar, sir. App for Tide Table 1992. I'll have to inspect that. 1992 was the almanac. I will check with the app developer if he has something. We are in touch. He's in fact an MTG corporate member also. I will check with him if there's an app for 1992 table. That being said, a lot of apps which have reasonably reliable tide tables downloadable, and go for a local app which knows the local waters better.
Okay, I have few questions coming up. How to be part of MTG? Well, go on the website www.mtgi.in and you will have a membership form over there. Students can become associate members and others can become life members. Just go on the website www.mtgi.in. I'll type it over here.
Mr. Mukund Lagu had a question. Can I insert my videos in OneNote? Definitely, you can insert anything which is a file. You can, in fact, don't even need to insert a video. You can use your webcam and make a video live and just captures. You can insert your own videos. You can insert your own voice notes. You can allow it to use the webcam and mic to capture it automatically. You can put links to videos. There was something about GPS. I'll just need to scroll back, which will work. Yes, most mobile phones, there's about the GPS will chart cross, it will work or not work. Yes, totally agree that GPS, the chart cross test will work on, but the thing is, most smartphones, we have investigated this, most smartphones which cost over 4,000, 5,000 rupees at least have 2 frequency receivers, maybe 3, 4, 5. My own smartphone has about 5 receivers. Most of them have GPS and Bidu, which is the Chinese one. GLONASS from July, Bidu or Compass 3 is global. It is not local. So it is worth to download. You can inspect it yourself. It's a 4 MB app. So I would think it is worth the effort. There are a few questions which are related to orals and MMB. That, of course, can be taken by the relevant speaker as to when and how those will be conducted. I would be sticking only to my subject profile. Thank you. Yeah, port-to-port guides are also there. 1 second, which keeps us in commercial answers. Most to be updated on commercial and technological advances in maritime sector, just go for the apps which are linked to class societies or linked to organizations like NI, or even the apps which are publications. The apps, even locally, we have all our publications. They've all gone digital a long time ago. They have their own apps. You have the text matter, you have the image matter, and you have links to the YouTube videos for this. So best to stay on these reliable publications. Mr. Arnabdan, we'll just need to come back on this port-to-port. I'll have some time in the last session to investigate something free of cost for port information, guide to port entry. Scope for incorporating engine simulators based aspects through e-learning by Mr. Ravikant Chaurasia. Yes, I'll be delighted to inform this is being hosted by ARI, so I will take the liberty to speak on their behalf. Yes, ARI, and I'm sure a lot of other simulator developers and trainers are also looking at it. There are options available for bridge and engine simulators to be hosted on the cloud. They're not just options, they're available, they are in use. And yes, a lot of institutes are already training the candidates on simulator with on-the-cloud simulators on a pay-per-use basis. Yes, simulator training is on. The good news is it's on. We thank our service providers for that. Does OneNote have a memory limitation? Depends on what kind of license you have, but you can always store on other platforms like OneDrive or MS Teams or Google Notes, etc. It's all cloud storage, so it's very unlikely that you will exceed the storage operation. That being said, nothing is unlimited in life. Any app on towing operations, we'll need to check that. RTs, is there any RTZ format converts for various EGDIS inputs, Mr. Nitush? The easiest, yes, there are many format converters from RTZ to the other formats, CSV and vice versa. The gentleman who asked this question is very, very EGDIS savvy, I must say. Yes, there are a lot of online converting formats for RTZ, etc. But do remember, unfortunately, eNavigator has been phased out. But eNavigator and a lot of these ADCS software tools like Voyager from Kelvin News, etc., could do it. It was never a marketed tool, but you can convert from one EGDIS format of a file to another EGDIS format using this software as well. It's not marketed very well, but you can import it in one format and export it in another format. So yes, there are RTZ converters available online also. For this thing. It's a very interesting this thing, and I would love to talk to these gentlemen as to why they would like to convert. That means they are very savvy and inputting these things in this thing. So it's great to see such a query. Thank you. Which can run EGDIS routes exported by vessels. Some apps are there. There is Transas, iSailor, etc. There are a lot of ECS kind of apps available. Some paid, some free. You have a lot of apps. In fact, a lot of hydrographic offices, the Australian Hydrographic Office integrates with Google Earths. So you can see all of the Australian charts, whether it's paper or whether it is the ENCs, you can integrate it with Google Earth and actually have it overlaid on Google Earth chart limits on actual Google Earth overlay. And for earning chart work, a lot of them available. We don't recommend one over the other. Please just Google it on Nautical site and you'll find a lot of them. Preparing for overloads, Mr. Akshay, it's best to record yourself or do peer learning, etc. And this thing, Mr. Arnab, you don't really have to, you can carry EGDIS routes. This is not really a web-based question, but you can easily export routes. Nearly all EGDISs can export route. Let's take JRC for example. You go up onto the file section and in edit you'll find export, and you can export a route in a CSV format. CSV is the Excel sheet format. Okay, you can export and you can import route. In fact, we tell people, please take the effort as second mates to make a good route, because you're not going to use it only on this ship, because you can use it on the next ship. You can convert these into different formats and use it on different brands of EGDISs. You can do it. You just this thing. E-publication software. I think UKHO is a little ahead on most of the e-publications, etc. Though they don't have a very nice app, I must admit. British Admiralty has almost no app presence. They have one which last they published in 2016 to report inconsistencies on publications. But unfortunately, British Admiralty or UKHO does not have a very good app-based system. So I think I should hand over to the next speakers, and we can take it later on, once again in the group Q&A.
Okay, thank you, Captain Viraf. That was a very, very informative presentation from you, and I'm sure a lot of people must have gained a lot. And what I can see from enthusiasm in question and answer, and the way you handle them, excellent, and thumbs up and clapping. Yes, of course, a lot of people before I said are already doing it. Yeah, very well handled. So, gentlemen and the ladies, we'll have a short break. coffee break. And thereafter we will resume again for the last presentation. So stretch your legs, have some tea, coffee, and be back. Ankit, can you play the video in the meantime?
What time will be back? You need to tell them.
A short break, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
India has a proud maritime history. Indian seafarers account for about 10% of the global maritime workforce. There are about 150 maritime training institutions in the country, and faculties engaged with these institutions to train and groom the students to make a seafaring career. The faculties who are seafarers do not have formal teaching background and need guidance and mentor to groom them. A professional body was needed to share and enhance the skills of the teacher. Maritime Trainers Guild was the first and the only professional body in the country, which is a congregation of maritime professionals focused on training and development issues related to seafarers. With an active president at the helm, and the group consisting of founder members and mentors, play an active role in addressing various training-related issues. Maritime Trainers Guild has conducted various seminars, workshops, meetings, to brainstorm and bring innovative and programmatic solutions to enhance the maritime training. MTGs webinar conducted to address the challenges and opportunities of online training during the COVID lockdown, which had more than 1,000 participants, is a witness to the popularity and reputation of the organization.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to join all of you this morning on web seminar. COVID-19 has taught us one thing, and that is to be connected using technology to the extent possible. And if you think of it, it saves so much of your time and energy and hassle if you have to have this seminar with physical attendance.
The unprecedented COVID lockdown required an urgent transition from the traditional methods towards e-learning. The OOBT team of MTG worked relentlessly to deliver the basic 2-day workshop, Train the E-Trainer, which had an overwhelming response from the maritime faculties not only from India, but also had international participants. The overwhelming response and feedback from the participants inspired the team to conduct a 2-day advanced E-Trainer workshop. A select group of participants who expressed their interest were trained hands-on to reinforce confidence and enhance their skill on delivering effective online lectures.
Namaste Gurujans and my dear friends. We are glad that our Train the E-Trainer program was very well received by the training fraternity of maritime industry. Maritime Trainers Guild has played a pivotal role in upgrading the trainers so that they can meet the challenge of converting from conventional classroom to digital virtual classroom training. Well, in a very short span of time, training all over the world has witnessed a metamorphosis. And this new norm of virtual classroom and live video sessions are here to stay. My friends, evolution in training has started, and MTG is well prepared to shine like a guiding beacon to all the maritime trainers. We are here to share knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we are back then. Let's start with the second session and the final session. I call upon Dr. Surendra to start with his presentation. We have already introduced his topic in the very beginning. Dr. Surendra, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Captain Nigam. Thank you all the wonderful speakers in the session before. Lots of learning has taken place. And once we have learning taken place, it's time for the next step. And we all know that the next step is submitting your assignments, or maybe later as the exam, writing for the exam. But here we are only restricting ourselves to how to submit your assignments. What else needs to be taken care while you write your assignments, all that is put into the next 25 to 30 minutes of my presentation. Let me just share my screen for you. Captain Nigam, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. This is what I'm going to cover in the next about 20-25 minutes. What is digital presentation about, and a brief about content writing, because that itself is a big topic in itself. Then it will be covered a few tips for creating good presentations, because you are submitting your work, which you have taken time to prepare your work for your evaluation. Hello, can you hear me, Captain Nigam?
Yes. Yes, visible.
Captain Nigam, am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear and also visible.
Captain Nigam, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, yeah, it looks like there was some interruption in between. Okay, then we go on to the common digital presentation tools which you might be using as a student or as a presenter for sharing your work. What all it takes to share your work? What are we using currently, and what is there in store for us in the near future? Then I will take you through some basic steps of content writing. That can be very tedious step because content writing is a task, and many of us we really fumble on this in the beginning itself. And I'm going to take you through those simple steps which can be avoided. Then there are some simple tips for and the skills for content writing. That is what I was mentioning here. And then before you submit, the final check. So that's all about the contents of my presentation today. To begin with, let's discuss now what is this digital presentation and the content writing. We can say that the content writing itself, it involves great skills, and writing is an art. Many of us, we know many good things, but when it comes to reproducing it, we probably don't do well. And that's where we miss out the important part of the evaluation process or the assessment process. Contents have to be, the current one, have to be informative for the purpose. Now, the purpose is evaluation and assessment. Whatever you have put in, that must be appreciated by the person who is going to evaluate it as your tutor and must be relevant. The digital presentation, some of the speakers have already covered a lot about it, and of course, as I said, there are going to be a few more in future. But currently, the most used presentation tools, the digital presentation tools, are the very old and very handy one is Microsoft PowerPoint. We use Skype meetings for presenting ourselves, Zoom or Geo, and many more which are there. And these all things can be augmented thanks to Captain Viraf, who did mention about the live screen sharing and the whiteboard. And of course, also there are new tools which are there. And I hope if I get time, I might probably give you a small demo on that. So these are the various things which are going to be the part of the digital presentation. When I present, it could be in various forms. And the forms, most of the time, we start writing, and that is a regular text. And many of us, we are so hooked to it that anything we start doing, we start making a text PowerPoint first, and then later on convert it to something else. Our presentation or our submissions could be in the form of a list of items which probably you want to see from your side. It could be in the form of a table, which is very handy, which is a proof of planning on your part that yes, you have made a table, and tables can be used in various forms, and they can be a good source of telling that yes, you are prepared and you have done a good job about your presentation. Lots of graphics. You saw some PowerPoints this morning, very interesting. My PowerPoints are just plain PowerPoints, but they were very interesting and very catchy PowerPoints. So you can make that with the help of these graphic elements. You can also add today, you can exploit technology to the best, and you can make videos and some sound presentations if it is permitted by your tutor and your institution. And of course, animations are always welcome, and they can change the way you have presented yourself. So that also is possible. But yes, it all has to be seen whether such kind of presentations are permitted by your tutor and by your institution. This is just a beginning and an eye-opener for just to make some small tips for creating a good presentation. Some of them, I myself must have not followed it. Some of you might observe that, but yes, these are some of the important things. Deliver one message per slide. If you are using PowerPoint, be sure that you only create one message by using that PowerPoint. Don't make it crowded one. Avoid full text sentences. That means don't just write and say. So just put limited information into that and then speak for yourself when you present it. Make the most important element in the slide. Make some font changes so that it is catching the eyes of the person who is seeing it and also the other evaluators who might be in the process. Make some use of some contrasting things to make steering of the focus of the people concerned better. And this is just a standard, not a standard, but it's a practice that use maximum 6 objects on a slide. And you see, I've just followed that. It is just a 6 of these on my slide now. So just try to follow that when you make use of a PowerPoint. These are the common tools for say, which you must have used. Many of you must be using Keynote or LibreOffice. Impress is the name. This has got lots of variations in the market, but more often we straightway come down to, again, the old horse of this, and that is the Microsoft PowerPoint. That's what I'm also using it. But these new things, they add value to it, and you might like to try them out before you settle down for something which you have decided. If you look at the Google Slides, there are some benefits of it which I've tried to highlight here because this is part of the Google Drive suite. You just need to have and use your Google account for this purpose. The slides, they can have a small range of templates, so you can choose the best which is suited for your job, so you can make it a better presentation. You can easily edit text as well as insert images because you're working on the big software that is Google. So whether it is a shapes or sizes or images or videos and diagrams, so that is the benefit of this. You don't have to search for something separately. So all those things are available. So this is what is the better part of the Google Slides, which you might like to use in your presentation. This is Haiku Deck, which offers a very large range of visual and this is a free. Basically, the images and all those things which you have, you don't have to pay for anything. So it could be a possibility that you can probably use and try and probably settle down for Haiku Deck as well. Then there is something called Keynote, which in a brief, thanks to Captain Viraf, who did mention about a few things, and I'm sure this is going to be also used by many of you in future. And it has got an integration with Microsoft PowerPoint, and because Microsoft item, so you can easily have maneuverability into doing various things which you want to do with your PowerPoint presentation. LibreOffice, as I said, the name is Impress, and it is really impressive. I have used it for some time, but I settled for my old partner, that is Microsoft PowerPoint, because of reasons for the company I'm using, or rather I'm teaching here. So that is the restriction of using other softwares. But you can think of this, and because this is free, but it's not free for all the stages. For introduction part, yes, it is free, but later on you may have to pay. And of course, everyone knows about Microsoft PowerPoint. I'm not going to talk much about it, but yes, there's one issue here which I would like to highlight, that you have OneDrive, which you can save and share your presentation very easily, which is a topic to be discussed after, say, about 10 minutes or so, when we talk about sharing of your work with your tutor or with your institution. This is Prezi, which is a web-based presentation tool. You need to be logging in for this, and you need to have an account. But you have, again, there are free accounts and, of course, the paid accounts. I would say try it out. Those who are tech savvy, try it out, and I'm sure you'll find some of the features which are not in others. So you may like to use it at some point of time. This is what I wanted to discuss in a bit detail, but time doesn't permit, and I leave this to you to try it out in your own time and to see how best it is suiting your requirement. So when you share, your sharing of your work with your institution or your tutor can be with the help of PowerPoint, could be MS Word, could be with the help of a video. You put everything, and as Captain Viraf guided us all, that there are free softwares available, convert it into a video so that the evaluator or the assessor can check it in the form of a video, and that in a quick pace. More often, what we do is using an email, and continue doing that if it is the only option permitted by your institution. Otherwise, you can try out others also. If your contents are heavy and can't be sent by mail, then there are some sharing options which many of you must be using, and many of us who have Gmail account or a Google Suite Drive, you can share it by Google Drive, or you can use a Dropbox, or there are file exchanges available, and there are some which are free, and there are some which for you have to pay for it. So depending upon your requirements, you can use how it is, but you got to be safe from saving, because it shouldn't go to a wrong place and the wrong hands. Well, coming down to a little bit tricky subject, writing your contents and how to decide what are you going to do. So there is lots of things. So there are steps by step. I'll be just taking you through. So the first and foremost, in this slide, I want to highlight that what is content writing. As we just touched upon this in the first slide, it is a tool which can be helping you for planning, writing, and finally editing your content before you think of submitting it. It can include various type of writing, but here we are concentrating only onto the writing for a purpose, and the purpose you know all is submitting your work for evaluation. That is your assignments or your term and papers, whatever you want to do it, that can be. So when you are involved with some study, all of us, as our guru, Dr. Saxena mentioned that he's still a student, and of course, so is true with most of us. We all continue to be students. Thank you, sir, for allowing us to copy and follow you. And that's really, we all are students. And when you are students, you take up some study for some time, or maybe some compulsory courses for the mariners. As of now, we are concerned with that. It can be really a big task. And when it is a big task, you have to start on time. And I have highlighted here, I would suggest, and I would always gun for starting it early. What are we doing there? What are we referring to? We are referring to the contents of your assignment. Start writing early. Even at this stage, when you think of doing something, the lethargy creeps in. Okay, Friday go karenge. No, why not today? And why on Friday? Friday there'll be other things. You might meet, COVID-19 is not going to stay here permanently. You might meet your friends on Friday, have party, and the writing, the content writing goes for another week. Start it today, start it now. That is what I would say. Otherwise, it doesn't really get started. So timely start is a very good step forward. Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are the 6 steps of content writing, which probably you might like to change their, I would say, importance based upon what are you doing and how you start. So, but I would say, as per my understanding, I would go by step number 1, the first one, that is plan for your assignment. You have got an assignment, you got a session is over now, and you got some assignment, timings are defined. You need to follow that. So planning is the first step here. Plan, and plan it in full details, not just a small planning will do. Thereafter, go carefully analyze the questions. That will give you the basis of what are you going to write in your assignments. And that's going to be, again, a lengthy process. Make it lengthy, knowingly. Thereafter, start making an outline of your writing, of your contents, and then start looking for the required information. This could be a step which will be taking you places. It could take you back to your teacher. It can take you back to your institute library. It can take you back to Google, or it can take you to some specific information places which Captain Biraf very nicely mentioned, whether it is a class or it is some organizations like Shell, or there are many more like this. If you are in the US part of it, and if you are conversant with that, there are plenty of them. Marine Technology Society is a wonderful organization which is believing in distribution of free information. Ladies and gentlemen, you must use that, and it's a wonderful place to know lots of things about maritime. I would say again that is Maritime Technology Society. I've been using it because they also have a DP part of it, and that's my job. I've been learning and teaching DP for last about 14 years now. So I more often end up using IMO and MTS, that is Marine Technology Society. That is where you get your required information. Once you start writing, there is no stopping here, because you will go on till the time you have gone back and revised and seen that your analysis of the questions we carried out is meeting the end result of it. Thereafter comes the final step, and that is the proofreading and editing thereafter. So once you start proofreading and edit again, proofread, edit again, this is a circular way, and you may have to use lots of help from others. And there are people who are ready to be really helpful. I must take this opportunity to thank my PhD guide, Dr. Saxena, who had been really, really helpful for me at that stage when I completed my PhD in 2015 under his guidance. Thank you once again, sir, for that. Plan for your assignment. This is a bit of discussion, and many of this might look superficial, but I took liberty to put all these things here for you because it may not be superficial for you, and some of you might definitely need it. The planning should start with checking the assignment, and I have put in here with worth of the percentage. Not every question carries the same marks, unless it is. So you better check it. Then decide how much time you want to spend on it. Now, there are some experts. I would say I had a few of my batchmates and my seniors who are experts onto it, and they say, no, this is not needed. So they will know how I don't know by what way, but their guess is to be always right, and they will not spend too much of time in planning, but they're always good planners. Then look for the details, what your tutor is looking for. You have to make him or her happy, for sure. And of course, his or her happiness will make you happy finally that you are going to get good marks, but definitely not without being very substantial about it, that you have put the substance what was needed for. So this part will pave the way and make you better prepared for that. How many parts are there, and these parts carry how many marks? You do it right now. So if you do it right now, this is going to help you to plan your timings better. Check the assignments question if you have that information around. If you don't have information around, go back. Where? To your tutor, to your institution, and they'll be happy to assist. As I said, they are always there to assist you to make sure that you learn better. So don't hesitate. I have seen many a time people hesitate to contact the tutor back or the institution back, and they do what they want to do. And finally, some of the steps might not be as accurate as they're supposed to be. So don't hesitate to contact your tutor for that matter. Think about what you need to do about whatever we have planned till now, how to complete your assignment and the breaks. Now, breaks are important, not from in between the presentation, but yes, how to break up this and break those into tasks to do. So you made your list, you've broken down the tasks, and now you can take up task by task, so it'll be a better one for you to complete those tasks on time. Give each task a deadline. And before you go for party on next Friday, this has to be completed. Otherwise, not going to go for party. I'm sure such things, such deadlines will do wonders on you. Thereafter, you can go backwards. This is what, have you met the deadlines? Have you met those dates or the due date criteria? If not, revise. If not, reassess your resources. Resources mainly will be the timing. So the timing will be an important factor here. This is the analysis part of your questions. Before you start preparing to answer, you have to know what does it mean. Of course, everyone knows about after reading the question, but sometimes there may be some ambiguities. So better ask yourself and ask your tutor about it. What does the question mean? And what do I have to do in that to answer it accurately to the satisfaction of my tutor and to the institution who have put me through this learning process? As an important part of it, breaking it down. I would say as a teacher and as a learner, I have been both a victim and I have seen many victims on this part. People write so many things on the introduction that they don't do the main discussion and they end up not getting the required marks on that. Even for the university subjects, which I have been a teacher for about now 6 to 8 years, and I've been teaching senior people with the subjects like operations, and I come across that they do a lot in conclusion, but the substance in the discussion which doesn't meet the requirement. You see the substance here, 80% of this has to be discussed in that. You too are at a very senior level, and when you start writing, make sure that you do justice to the discussion, the main discussion part. Introduce yourself, introduce the question, introduce the scenario, conclude it well, but your main attention must be on to the main discussion which you have been asked to write about, which you have been asked to give your views about. So that makes a very big impact on to the person who is evaluating your assignment. Get the required information from wherever you possible, you get your hands on. Go to your peer learning, your friends, your seniors who have been through this process, your shipmates, a good source of information. Some of them, they might be still on ship and you might get the first-hand information what you're going to talk about it. College library, sometimes it is accessible, sure, and you can always do that, or sometimes you may have to go to the college. Otherwise, of course, Google becomes your final source online, and there are many more, as I just discussed with you. So you have to identify, be in touch with your colleagues, your friends, and your teachers. They will tell you more about it, at which kind of online sources you can use for this assignment. Sometimes the institution itself gives you the guidelines below before giving you the assignment that this is what you can use it. Because the idea is to get the best out of you, not just the evaluation process. Evaluation is just to get the best out of you. This is the step which I said in the beginning that we delay it. I don't know for what purposes, but I have been experiencing it that we don't start writing on time. So I would say start writing your first draft the earliest possible, so that you are on time. Use the outline, then thereafter start filling the gaps, and sometimes a few points might be left out. So when you revise it, you might return back to here for doing that. Write free. Your flow has to be very free. Start writing freely. When you go for the final part of it, when you go for proofreading, probably that is the time to come back here. Otherwise, don't just copy and paste. That's not going to help you. You start writing freely, and remember, you are the best. You can do it. You can do it better than what is written onto even Google or other places. You will find the best is sometimes, this is my option, that some conclusion may be written that, okay, what I have learned, what is the conclusion of this? So I start jotting down that in a very rough way. Some people don't like it. Some people say, no, conclusion has to be the last one. Of course, after you have written the full paper, then you go for conclusion. But ladies and gentlemen, I leave this good decision to you because you are the best judge. If you feel a brief about conclusion you write now is going to help you, do it. Because you can always amend it. It is still in your hand before you have submitted it. The introduction. Some people find it very easy, but I would say it's not easy. It's the hardest to write introduction because you have to probably look at everything what you have written and then introduce that so that it leaves a lasting impression onto the person who's going to evaluate it. It's not a simple thing. Introduction is given 10%. You be very crisp about it, but be very specific about it so that you know and you tell your evaluator, this is what I want to say in the next few pages or next probably a couple of pages. That's what you need to do. Don't spend too much of time in making the draft perfect, as it will change very often. You know it why it will change, because every time when you do something, it's going to change a few things. So start writing. The next step, excuse me, is the fine-tuning of your material. The fine-tuning might take long time, as you might perceive. You might think, abhi to khatam ho gaya, likh diya hai. It doesn't take too much of time. But remember, the final finishing sometimes take more time than what you spend time on reading. And these days, many institutions, many universities, and most of the higher education places, they are not interested in what you have written, where you have written. It must be meeting their requirement, and the requirement is that it must not be a plagiarism job. If it is plagiarism, you don't get into the good books at all, and you don't make it what you have done for. Even if you spend lots of time doing that, even collecting a material which is plagiarism material will take time. You are spending your resources. I would say don't do it. Start writing it. And free flow. Put the free flow in practice, and I'm sure you will do much better job in a few days of time. Leave the writing for a day and thereafter come back to it, and you'll find, ye kya kiya maine? I should have done this way. So definitely you're going to amend it and make it better, and that is what I call it a fine tuning. I'm sure your way will be almost the same, but you could be different because you don't want to leave it for a day. Maybe you want to leave it for lunchtime, and after lunchtime you want to revert it back again. There I leave it to you. And of course, many a time we have to prepare a list of bibliography. So later on it becomes difficult, ladies and gentlemen. I would say start making the note when you are writing it. If you refer something, jot it down. And if you find it is worth reading later, write down that also for your message, for your information. So bibliography is an important part in many cases. Of course, for you, sometimes it may not be of that big importance, but I would say keep that in your mind, that you have to prepare a list for reference. Last part of it is, this is the second last, edit and full proofing. Full proofing is a process. Without that, you can't think of moving ahead before you submit. So again, here I will draw your attention to the three important parts of the introduction, the conclusion, and the reference list. You have to have a good understanding of this, because introduction is what you are aiming at impressing your evaluator. The conclusion is again what you feel about the whole write-up. And sometimes a wrong conclusion can put you in trouble because you did not see what you have written and you're concluding something else. This is a pitfall. So don't do that, at least for your small write-ups which you are going to do it. If it is a big write-up and big things, of course, many people end up doing such kind of mistakes. I need to check then, have I arranged my stuff logically? Sometimes even for chapters, sometimes even for paragraphs. Once you read it second time, you will realize ये paragraph से पहले होना चाहिए था. I should do it. I should change it again. That's the time to change it and rearrange it. And I'm sure you will love it. Once you start doing it this for yourself, you will love it because you are doing it for yourself at your pace and your timings. So I would say start doing it, and when you do it, you will feel a sense of satisfaction, a great satisfaction indeed. And a good way to check it as I do it. This is my practice. I read it aloud as I'm doing it now. So if you do it reading aloud, you'll find, oh, I make so many mistakes. And you will find that's a learning point for you and most of us for that matter. So always use your own words, that is, should be free from plagiarism. And wherever you use some sources, like there are these free sources which I just mentioned, Captain Virap mentioned, and many of you already must be using such resources, be kind enough and be very, very forthcoming to acknowledge all these sources for yourself, because that shows that you are ethical. Netiquettes ka use kijiye usme jara. And is your assignment now well presented? That's what you need to check it. Well presented means you have seen all kind of whatever you needed to make it look better, to make it look crisp, make it containing everything what you wanted to do. That is what you are going to check in the editing and proofreading part of it. The last part of this is checking for the details. Checking for the details is, English is a language which most of us have studied as a second language for us. Those of you have the first language, and of course you'll be doing much better, but people like me who started learning English in the 6th standard onwards, so it was difficult for me in particular to go in for, so the first time is always not the right time, so I will have to do it again to take it whether I've done it correctly or not. Don't just use a spell checker, is going to be misguiding you. You have to do lots of things in the spell check, grammar, punctuations, and all these things. So spell check is not just going to be helping you for that matter. Thereafter, you have to check, and this is really speaking in true sense may not be applicable to you. Why I'm saying so? This is APA referencing. The APA referencing is for actually the American standard basically, and more often used for higher studies and researches. Of course, you can do it. This will be appreciated by your tutor, by your organization, because finally your organization is going to put your work sometimes maybe for references and maybe for other things if it is a good work, and it's going to draw lots of attention worldwide. So if you follow the international standards, it's always better. That raises your level again. So I would say raise your level. Use APA referencing wherever possible. And any differences, any issues, you can always refer the net, and I'm sure you'll get more information. You can contact the Maritime Trainers Guild, and teachers here would always be happy to assist you for that. Then, page numbering, of course, sometimes can be very tricky, and be very careful that you number it right. Sometimes the organization gives you how to number your pages. Many organizations say it has to be on the right-hand corner top. Sometimes people say it can be anywhere. But if you number the pages, this should be the right one. And in your references, in your table of content, they must be matching. Otherwise, again, it takes you back to a bad presentation, which probably you may not like to that. Also important, I was referring to some of the prominent colleges where I'm a visiting faculty for the MBA students. And I found a fantastic assignment presented online. And when I started doing it, I found there is no ID, and there is no name. I don't know how it was submitted. Of course, it was easy to trace because it was submitted online, but then I can't do that. It has to be done by the university, so they have to go back, and it took more time to track such things. So make sure that you have put all your details as it is required to be. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we finish this topic, I'm sure I have more material for you, but I won't be taking you through that stress because it's already my time supposed to be getting over. But I will definitely look for the tips and the skills which you might follow as a content writer, which might be helpful. And sometimes if it is not helpful, that it's preparing you for the job for a later stage, at time you can look for the information more in details. the tips and skills are something like you have to have your text easy. You don't have to be a big time English speaker like some of our politicians do, and I am not going to name them now because it's not a platform for that. But when he speaks, half the public won't understand, and those who understand, they are also scratching their head. ये बोल तो गया क्या बोला लेकिन इसमें. So don't be that. Just be very simple English and try to make your text also very easy to understand, because the idea is not to prove your English here. The idea is to prove your subject. Writing style has to be good, and I just mentioned to you, start with your basic introduction, then you go in for main discussion, and thereafter you sum it up. Make it concise, make it crisp, make it factual, and don't move away from the topic. It doesn't mean if your English is good that you go on to some other topic and keep writing and finally you bring in the topic again. So that's not really needed. So be very focused and be very factual about the assignment. That's where your first step of making your questions readable and making your questions more known to you will help you here. Keep your content very simple. Keep in the direct speech. This is where your English vocabulary and your English knowledge will bring a good help to you. Never put in indirect speeches. Always keep it for direct speech only. Separate paragraph for each key concept. Never mix two concepts into one paragraph. It is not considered to be a wise thing. Normally, before you end up, you must summarize the content so that it is read by the evaluator in the same perspective. Keep the headings or subheadings very clear. It has to be very distinct from the heading when you go to the next heading or next subheading. Use bullets, as there are some, most of the time I use bullets because they are helpful. Here also I've used it, you can see that. And write in your own style. With you feel it is suitable for the job because you are the best judge. Others won't be able to do justice to that. Okay, do this way, unless it has been described and prescribed by your institution and your tutor, because the tutor has got a point there that what he wants to bring out of you by giving you that kind of style. There is a reason for that, so you follow that in that case. You must engage your evaluator, assessor, so that he is, in this case I have just written the reader, but I know who is the reader for you. And sometimes it has to be seen that what are the expectations of the reader. By the time you have finished your class, you probably will be the best judge again. What is your teacher expecting out of you? I'm sure most of us for that matter, have got a hang of it. And by the time we are in a class, whether online or offline or a real-time class, we know our teacher very well. And we know what the teacher is expecting out of us. So start doing that. And that is what I would say the best bet on to you. So that's what I wanted to tell you, but this is a brief last few slides, and thereafter I will be stopping it. This is how do we achieve what we have seen, how do we achieve it? This achievement is that we have to do our reading, and I told you the reading could be loud reading, reading could be something which we do today, that you copy most of the material and put it in a place and then start putting into the shape which you felt is right for your assignment. Make sure that you are going to actually use it, the reading list which you have done, because when you are making the list, there are lots of things floating around in your mind. Oh, I want to do this, I have to do this, and I have to do the summation part of it. For the summation, I'll be using this part. So when you make list, make sure that you really follow it, because that's the time you are planning it out, and follow your plans thereafter. Because our teacher has specifically chosen for certain assignments and modules for that purpose, and they want to see us coming out of that as a learner. That is the purpose of this whole process, that my teacher wants to see me as a learner, and I must satisfy him or her as this, yes, I have learned the topic which they told. So the part of it which I would emphasize here is written again in blue color here. Not just the material which you have with you or the institution shared with you. I would always say get your hands lay on to the other resources and try and read it. This is definitely going to give you dividends, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to help you and prepare you for your further job. As Captain Kumar has been emphasizing on to being a good, successful person, so interview sometimes becomes that first stage, and sometimes very good people they bungle onto the first part of the interview because they have missed out onto something important here. So that's what reading some more information are going to be interesting for you and going to pay you rich dividends for this. You have to work your plan, make your plan and work your plan, and keep checking, keep yourself into your schedule. Are you following the schedule or not? Captain Viraf and Captain Shivangi, as they've been talking about an app, so I hope they're not going to use that app on me now because my time also must be up. But it's saying when your time is up for doing some job, so your phone or your tablet will warn you, hey, my friend, you haven't done what you're supposed to do. Stop today's party, stop today's outing, be at home, it's COVID, and get on to your job and complete it because your schedule is saying so. So a reminder always helps. So keep your reminders very strong and follow them. Plan your time, keep the pace with the schedule you made. Now here you have to be realistic. Don't sleep over it. Don't schedule a writing session for the weekend. As I just told you time and again, I am repeating it here, and that's the reason I highlighted in blue color. Never schedule your writing session. Do it now. Do it today and start doing it. And that's what I would say, because as I said, you may have some different priorities coming up. Friends might call you. Of course, there might be some family issues also as well. So you have to keep a good time at your hand. This is the last part of my presentation, and I'm saying ask for help. Whenever you need it, ask for help. And remember, your tutor wants to help you. Your institution wants to help you. They want to see you better. And no one is going to deny help. You might not get the response the same way as you expect it now, because the teacher also might be having some assignment to do or some follow some schedule. So they will come back to you, but never shy away. Ask for help. That's what I wanted to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you found these a few slides, what I presented here, useful. And I want to see some of your presentation doing some international approach and bringing laurels to you and to your institution and to us as the maritime fraternity. Thank you, everyone. And I'll be happy to take questions if you have something after this. I'm stopping my presentation here. Over to you, Captain Nigam.
Thank you, Dr. Sured. Thank you so much. Well, throughout your presentation, we were all quite transfixed, and especially those who are working on projects and thesis. This was wonderful for them. Well, three highlights from your presentation. First of all, काल करे सो आज का राज करे सो अब पल में परले होएगी बहुरी करेगी कर. That was your tagline. And then the entire thing you rotated on 3 points: introduction, main body, and conclusion. So, of today's event, I started the introduction. The main body was filled by 3 wonderful speakers on netiquettes by Captain Kumar Haldorai, on apps by Captain Virat Chijgar, and on presentation and content writing by Dr. Suren. And in the end, Dr. Suren said, ask for help. So I am asking for help now from my good friend, Captain Shivangi, to do the conclusion.
Excellent.
Thank you. Signing off. Captain Shivangi, unmute and do the conclusion part of this event.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. And we are finished with our presentations. I hope it was very interesting. If you all found it interesting, please type I on the chat. Let me see how many eyes we get. Yes. Oh, it's really gone viral. It's gone viral, and I meant AYE, but in today's digital world, it is So a lot of people have put it as aye, great. So we are achieving our objective of what we intended to start off with. Right. So, gentlemen, thanks a lot for all the eyes that are coming in. And now back to the eyes on the screen. I would like to present a word of thanks first. Okay. A lot of effort has gone into putting up this particular first session, the first course of the Train the E-Learner. And I would like to thank all those who made it happen and all the fantastic presentations that we have seen. We hope to keep continuing this because there's a huge numbers of our seafarers who require to be involved in these particular courses. I would like to start by thanking our mentor, Dr. Saxena. Okay, so he started off with a keynote. Thanks, Dr. Saxena, for that. We had our resource speakers, and I'd like to thank them for it. Captain Nigam, Captain Kumar, Dr. Surinder, and Captain Viraf. Excellent presentations, all of you. Thanks. I would also like to thank ARI for hosting this particular TL on the Zoom platform. A special thanks to Ankit and Captain Gaurav for participating in all the discussions we have been having. Believe me, gentlemen, we have been discussing this for over a month and last about 10-15 days almost every day, right? I would like to thank the Marax Media, Captain Kamal, who did a lot of campaigning for it, and a lot of others who, even without being told, did go ahead and spread the word around. Last, but definitely not the least, all of you gentlemen who participated very enthusiastically in what I have been seeing in the chats, in the eyes, all that really counts. That's what really matters. Thanks a lot for that. And I'm surely all of you gained from it. And we are looking at very good response to this particular TEL that we at MTG have started. And we have now seen that being the response very good. We have got a lot of calls saying that the notice was short or they couldn't get the invites. Okay, it's also a DG requirement. It's also a DG requirement that you require to be familiar with this in the 11.2, which was already mentioned to you. So, gentlemen, we have decided to conduct the next webinar on TEL on the coming Sunday, that is the 26th July. 26th July is our next one. I can see 300 odd participants out here, but I'm sure there are thousands of others who have probably not heard of it and would like to join this particular session. I would like Captain Kumar to put up the form, the registration form in this particular link out here. So Captain Kumar, can you put up the link for the registration? Of course, we have kept it very short and sweet this time. It's not a long one, just a bare minimums, just 2 or 3 questions so that we can correspond with you and give you more inputs to it. So, Captain Kumar, let me just check. Have you put the link? Okay, so we are waiting for the link. Captain Kumar can put the link out there.
Yeah, I'll just put
the chat.
Yeah, please put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put the link very soon. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, gentlemen, the link would be put up in the chat very shortly. This is not for those who already attended, but this is for you to spread the word around. I'm sure all of you have got a lot of contacts with your peers, and it's a session which, if you have enjoyed, kindly spread the word around. And the next session, like I said, 26 July, 9:30 to 12:30. Of course, we have gone beyond that. It's almost one-ish now, but it was very interesting, so we did not really cut short on it. Captain Kumar, yeah, there comes the link. So HTTPS forms GLE so and so. So please copy that link and send it, share it with all your peers. Of course, we would also be doing the same. 26 next Sunday is our session. Now, it's not a presentation as such, but I would like to share something as everybody else has put up something. Okay, so I would like to.
And Shivangi, don't forget the assessment. All the participants who have registered,
yes,
will for certification they have to do a small assessment.
Yes, yes. So we will be putting up the assessment also shortly. So Captain Kumar, again, I think you can put up the link to the assessment now.
Yeah,
So
we'll do it.
gentlemen, your certificate will be prepared, but based on your assessment. It's a very simple assessment, all that we did in our topics today. So just a few questions on that. And I'm sure everybody will do very well on that. So
yeah, I'll be sharing the link shortly.
Yes.
The assessment link is with Ankit. He can put it on the chat.
Okay, so assessment link, Captain, Ankit.
I have put the assessment link, sir. You can please access it.
Okay, gentlemen, there goes the assessment link on your screen. So on the chat, okay, so kindly click on that. You'll have a few questions, very simple questions, multiple choice questions are there, and kindly start on that. We are going to keep it very short and sweet. Maximum, I think you should be able to finish it in about 5 to 7 minutes. For those who are on YouTube, the link is put up out there on the screen. So you'll have to type it out. You'll have to type it out in a browser, maybe the Google Chrome, maybe your Edge, Firefox, Internet Explorer, whichever browser you're using, you'll have to type it out manually. Those are using it on YouTube. So we'll have a very brief, quiet session at the moment as you start answering and submitting your your answers. I got a query out here. What about those who have completed early before joining session? This is early was just suggestions, gentlemen. This is a test. This is a test. So you have to do it again. Not really, but it is the first time. So that was different set of questions. That was just to understand what was required for the session.
And Shivangi, we have ladies around and they are feeling neglected. So please include
I'm
ladies.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Dr. Sundar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for all of you. I normally do not forget, but I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly excuse me for that overlook, and it is for all of you out here.
started receiving the response. So far, about 4 responses. Please continue and submit your response.
Very good. The responses have started coming as per Captain Kumar. Actually, in Twitter, they have a common word, we people. So maybe in webinars, we can have we people. So that covers ladies and gentlemen. Unable to open the assignment. Have you clicked it? Have you clicked the assignment? It should open up in your browser. You should have your, of course, your internet is on. Kindly, Captain Kumar, please put up the test again. Some of them have not got it.
I will do that.
Yes, certificates will be issued very shortly. Okay, so after we get all the assignments, it will be checked, and this is in digital world a very fast process that we have put into place, and you will be getting your assignments before you leave, gentlemen. We will tell you in detail how you'll get the certificates. Yes, the test link has been put up again. Yes, after you finish the assignment, you have to submit. And once you submit, we will get your responses. That is being checked as your responses start coming in. That was a query from Ramakrishna. Minimum marks to get a certificate, gentlemen, don't worry about the marks. I will tell you what the procedure is. I know we are all worried about passing or failing. Don't worry about that. As far as you really make an effort not to pass, I don't think that would be the case. Nitish, I'm very sorry we cannot answer your question with respect to the orals being conducted in MMD, Kochi or other MMDs. We will like to contact the MMD and we will get back to you if we get their reply. Thanks. And CTC replacement, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot answer on that. We'll have to contact DG. We'll try to do it on your behalf. Let's at the moment stick to this particular post. We'll go for Q&A of this particular session a little bit later on.
We have received about 110 responses, probably another 200 more.
Another 200 more, I'm sure it would be coming up shortly. Captain Anand Shingadgiri, hi, how are you? Captain, you are one of our top faculty. You want to know about the e-trainer session. Yes, we are planning to have the e-trainer session as well. So please keep tuned in and we'll definitely announce the next Train the e-trainer session as well. Should be coming up shortly, probably by the end of this month or so. I do not have a confirmation of the date, but we'll get back to you. Jayanta Chaudhary, kindly try again because we have already started getting responses. So maybe some issue with your form.
So if I might just intervene, people on laptops, responsible laptops, please remember you have to be signed into your Gmail account since this is a Google Docs based form. On phones, it's not a problem because you're already an Android, so Gmail, but this could be one of the causal factors.
Okay. But I thought that was just a link. Do you really require a Gmail account for that?
Yes, to open a Google form. Yes.
Captain Tappan Kumar, I did not get the link. Captain Kumar, please add the link in the chat once again. I think maybe he has missed it out because the chats keep going on so fast. Maybe he has missed it out.
Please, Ankit, please the chat.
The chat can always be scrolled, it can always be scrolled.
Yes, sir, but it goes so high, it becomes very difficult. So we can freeze the chat and we can just keep the form which is published now. Okay, gentlemen, I'll give you 2 more minutes to submit. We will not stop you from submitting later on. We'll keep it on for till the end of day today, till 5 p.m. That's 1700 hours. I will just go a little bit ahead as you keep answering. It's a pretty simple thing. So,
If you could, should I
we have got. Pardon?
We will another 10 minutes. We will freeze the assessment, sir. We will be issuing the certificate now on the Zoom.
People can do the assessment, and Shivangi, you finish your part because Sunday afternoon already beer time has started. I can see beer being served on screen.
Sir, the certificates will be issued on Zoom link, so we will issue it right away before the end of the session.
Yes. So he can, Shivangi can do his part what he is doing, and others can keep on doing the assessment.
Okay, gentlemen, I've got something to announce out here. Apart from the certificate for your participation in this course, we have got another certificate of appreciation as well. I'll tell you what it is very shortly. But just taking a small thing ahead from what Dr. Surinder presented with respect to content writing, and he talked about communication, just a very, on a lighter vein. This is what a master announced to the office. Of course, it's on a lighter vein, this is not reality. So he says, Fleet Performance Optimization Manager. I'm afraid a corporate capital mobile marine asset under my management has had a positive interaction with an immobile geological mass causing negative continuation of the marine mission.
Aground.
So that's what he's doing. He has announced that ship has run aground, but please keep it simple. Keep it simple, keep it short. So communication is not to be too hi-fi, just keep it simple. So this is, we had sent a form earlier and, again on lighter vein, somebody was asked a question. He was told, teacher asked him to write an essay on the dog, and that's what he wrote. And he submitted it with his picture. Of course, that's not taken as an appreciation. But we had some very good inputs. And believe me, gentlemen, a lot of your inputs came in handy for us, and our presentations were also adding those particular inputs. So thanks a lot to you, those who gave some very good suggestions for the earlier form which we had sent. And we are sending a certificate of appreciation to all those who did a little bit of effort in giving us some valuable suggestions out there. Of course, this is just one of the sample forms, sample certificate rather. And these are all the names. We had 69 very good entries. And these are the names out there. Okay. So you can spot your name if it is there. I'll just keep it live for a minute. Sorry for the red marks below your names. I put it up in a bit of a hurry as I got the names in the last moment. So all of you had sent in your suggestions, and we put your suggestions into our presentations today. So thanks a lot. So therefore, our appreciation for you. Now we are having the test which is going on. Some of you are submitting. And again, on a very lighter note, that small little guy is confused why he got 0 out of 3. And the question was, circle the smallest number. And he circled 1, 2, 3. So he might not be totally wrong. So putting the question also properly is important.
It should have been ABCD.
Should have been ABCD, yes. There could have been another way of putting it. So he's wondering. And I'm sure we don't have such questions out here. And if at all there were any such questions, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt for that.
We have received 230 response, probably another 50 to 60 more, sir. Once any question answer is there, then we can put this certificate into the Zoom, and then people can download it right away.
Okay, so Captain Kumar, I would first request you to put the link for the certificate of appreciation in the chat box.
Yes, sir. I'll shortly share it.
Okay, meanwhile, as this thing is going on, with your permission, Shivangi,
yes,
I will like to say something which is very, which has been bubbling in me right from when we started. The bottom line of all training or education is finally happiness. If you are happy, everything is okay. And there's something going in my background. I'll just stop that. This is netiquettes which I've learned today.
Okay, gentlemen, till that happens, Captain Kumar will wait for your link on the chat.
Voice cancelled. So that was something similar to what was happening in that animated film, that the teacher is talking and something is happening behind, brushing the teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so and more so, this COVID has like, let us see the glass full kind of thing, has taught us so many good things, and this kind of audience, this kind of meeting would not have been possible if the COVID was not there. Where all over India we are sitting and enjoying knowledge sharing. There's nothing like coming to a hotel or some club and then meeting. So this is one, I see it is one positive part. There are so many, yes, negative, but then I will end this positive part with a small share. क्यों डरे कि जिंदगी में क्या होगा, हर वक्त क्यों सोचे कि बुरा होगा, बढ़ते रहें बस मंजिल की ओर, हमें कुछ मिले या ना मिले, तजुर्बा तो अच्छा होगा. Thank you.
Great. Wow. Okay, gentlemen, we have got the link for the certificate of appreciation to the 69 ladies and gentlemen who participated in our initial form and gave vital inputs. Now, Captain Kumar, I would request you to put the link for the certificate of appreciation in the chat box. Yes, please.
Okay,
Here also, now Captain Kumar, I request you to put up the link for the certificate for this particular course. I can call it the web course on Train the E-Learner.
Yeah, okay, sir. I'll put the link. We have so far received 242 responses. If it's okay with you, you can freeze it, and probably will not be able to issue any more certificates, sir. If it is okay, I can freeze it and then deliver the certificates.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
But this certificate, like assessment as Shivangi announced, will be kept open till 1700. So if there are other further assessments other than what we are issuing right now, can be later tackled. I don't say whether it can be done today only, but within the next 2-3 days.
Yes, we will do that. We will stop the submission at the moment. We'll freeze it. Whoever has submitted, we will issue the certificates. We'll keep the submission of your test till 1700 hours, and we will then connect the certificates. We have your email ID, so we'll do that.
Just give me 1 more minute, sir. I'll put up the link.
Yes, sure.
I was just now told you are working from home, so the rule of home applies.
If there is any Q&A we can take, sir, it will take about 10 minutes for me to just generate the certificate and put it in the Zoom link.
Yeah,
5 to 10 minutes.
So for those who are on YouTube, Captain Kumar, we'll wait for you. Once you give the green signal for the certificates for this particular course, then we will come back. In the meantime, those who are on the YouTube, you can click the link which is there. I mean, for those who are on Zoom, you can click the link. Those who are not will have to, those who are on YouTube, better take a screenshot of it. You'll have to type it out manually and then put it up on your browser.
For the people,
there are two files out there. There is one Excel file and there's a PDF file. So first thing what you require to do is go on your Excel file and search for your name and note down the serial number against your name. So once you get that, easy way, if you're using a laptop, like Control F, and you can get your name very quickly rather than scrolling down all. Once you have got your number, then go to the PDF file. Okay, so the first step in the link, you'll get two files. One is the Excel file and the other is the PDF. In the Excel, you go and check the number corresponding to your name. Then go to the PDF file. And in the PDF file, you can type in the number and go to directly that particular, your PDF will take you to that particular page. Or you can scroll down. Then you find your certificate there. So you take a print, you do a print screen, or there is on your print, you can go to print PDF and you will have a PDF copy which you can then save and keep it on your desktop. And some of the mobiles, they do not have the option.
While this process is going on, you ask the admin to unmute everyone. If anybody else has got anything to say, can talk now.
Yes, okay. So let's go to some Q&A. Ankit, can you please allow the participants to put their Q&A in the chat, rather the questions in the chat. If there's anything which we
The
can...
chat is open now. We can
Okay.
receive questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Ankit.
Anybody who wants to talk can unmute and talk.
Unmute, maybe there might be too many people straight away, so it's better to put it in the chat.
Yes, I can see hand of Mr. Nedumaran. Unmute, Nedumaran, unmute.
Nedumaran. M-A-R-A-N.
Vernon, this was the certificate of appreciation. The certificate of participation will follow shortly.
Yes, sir. I have not submitted the Indos. It does not matter, no? I am not able to resubmit.
No, not a problem, Nedumaran.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Again, Mukesh, Prasad, that was the certificate of appreciation. Everybody was not there, only 69. The certification, the link for your certificate for this course will come up very shortly because the assignments are being assessed and it takes about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll put it up.
We've already shared the link, sir. If you could temporarily freeze the chat. A lot of chats are there.
Yes, Ankit, sorry for that. The certificates are ready and Captain Kumar would like to post it.
Mr. Arnab Das wanted at substitute for guide to port entry. He's been repeatedly requesting for it. There is one which has been kindly provided by a colleague. Captain Bajaj has recommended Maritime World Ports. I have not tested it. It's got a 3.8 review. So maybe Maritime World Ports can be evaluated.
Okay, gentlemen, there goes, ladies and gentlemen, again, we have got the link out there posted by Captain Kumar for the certificates. We have frozen the time to 13:20 and anybody who is submitting after 13:20 will connect it to you directly later on. So some of you, even though you have submitted it, you may not get your certificate, but you'll definitely get it later on. So we have kept the submissions open till 1700 hours today, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Kumar, you'll have to also share screen for the YouTubers. For the certificate link. Captain Kumar, we require the link for the certificates to be shown in your share screen.
Yeah, I'll share it again.
Shivangi and Captain Kumar, it's 13:30 now, 1 hour over our time. Please tell the participants to take a screenshot and then they can submit it later. We must shut down now, conclude.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the sharing of the screen. So those who are on YouTube can take a screenshot.
Yeah.
So once that is done, then we will call it off.
Yeah. Advise them to take a screenshot. Captain Kumar, make it small so you don't have to scroll. Put it in one single thing. Yeah. De-magnify it. So single, all 4 points come on a single screen.
So first we require the link. We require the link to be put up first.
You already put the link, sir. It is in the chat box.
No, in the share screen, because the YouTube guys won't get it, no?
Okay.
We really did not expect so much of participation, and interaction. Hence, it has stretched a little bit. I'm sure all of you will bear with us on that. We will be closing this up very shortly.
Okay, still give me some time. I'm not able to.
Yeah, that's good enough. Little bit up. Little more.
Please, little
that's
bit.
It. That's it. Take a screenshot.
Please take a screenshot of this. Those who are on YouTube, even the others can take a screenshot if on those who are on mobile and couldn't access it. Then you'll have to type it out manually in a browser and then access your certificates. 2 files out there. I am summing it up once again. Once you click on that, you'll get 2 files, one Excel, one PDF. In the Excel, find where your name is, take the number against it, go to the PDF, go to that particular page number, and you'll see your certificate. And print screen, or rather take a printout, a PDF printout, save it on a desktop. That's your certificate. So that's it, gentlemen. Thanks a lot once again for your very, very enthusiastic participation. And like I mentioned, 26 July, the next coming Sunday, will be our next session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we close our session today.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks to the team.
Thank you very much.
I said thanks to the team, which was organized.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, sir. You are right on top out there in the team.
Yes, sir, I'm ending the session now.
Yes, please end the session, Ankit. Thank you very much for your very, very, very good coordination.
Thanks.
Chaitanya, yeah, right. Thanks.